Chapter 3044. Jianchen was a decisive person. As soon as he made up his mind, he did not waste any time. He immediately made his way to the Moon God Hall with Yun Wufeng. How do you plan on dealing with Yu Wuguang? Although Yu Wuguang is heavily injured, he's still a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime after all. Coupled with the 2 5th heavenly layer chaotic primes, Luo Fei and Lin Zhongjing, as well as the many infinite prime elders of the Moon God Hall, our chances of victory aren't great. Yun Wufeng still believed that Jianchen was a little too rash. He was not confident about dealing with the Moon God Hall with just the 2 of them. Of course, this was because he did not know that Jianchen's profound sword qi had already recovered. To Yun Wufeng's understanding, the profound sword qi that Jianchen used against Yu Wuguang was a secret technique that came at a cost to himself. Secret techniques like that could not be used carelessly. Once they were used, they would require a very long time to recover. They were trump cards that could not be used recklessly unless it was a matter of life and death. As long as I have Senior's assistance, I'm 90% confident that I can deal with them or even kill them. We'll act according to the situation when the time comes, Jianchen said indifferently. He seemed confident that victory was within his grasp. In reality, 90% confidence was already a conservative estimate. If nothing unexpected happened, he was at least 10% confident. Moreover, the Moon God Hall has already learnt about my disguise, so they'll definitely be on guard. As a result, I probably won't be able to sneak into the Moon God Hall by disguising myself. This time, we can only use brute force. Jianchen added. He could not use the same method again. Yun Wufeng nodded. Old Man has stayed in the Moon God Hall for many years, so he's extremely familiar with all the formations there. With Old Man present, the various formations in the Moon God Hall can be ignored. The 2 of them moved with lightning speed. With their speed as chaotic primes, they crossed most of the ice pole plain very quickly and returned to the snowy plains where the Moon God Hall resided. Afterwards, they concealed their presences and shot through the cold wind like 2 ghosts, rapidly approaching the Moon God Hall. At the same time, in the core area of the Moon God Hall, the 3 remaining great elders of the Moon God Hall were gathered together, sitting in a triangular formation on the ground. Elder Yu, all the divine pills that our Moon Divine Hall is able to obtain that can heal the soul spirit have been given to you. How is the recovery of your soul spirit coming along? Of the 3 grand elders, Lin Zhongjing asked, his voice filled with concern. Yu Wuguang's face was still pale. He still hadn't fully recovered from the injuries caused by Yun Wufeng's divine battle skill. However, his injuries had stabilized over the past few days, and he was slowly recovering with the help of a large number of divine pills. Lin Zhongjing and Luo Fei, the 2 supreme elders, were not concerned about Yu Wuguang's injuries. Both of them knew that even though Yu Wuguang was severely injured, as long as he spent some money to purchase high-grade divine pills, it would not be difficult for him to recover. What was truly severely injured was his soul. Yu Wuguang was rather gloomy. He shook his head. Although these low-grade divine pills can heal the soul, their effects are very poor. These divine pills aren't of much help to Old Man's soul. Sigh, Old Man's soul is extremely heavily injured this time. It won't be easy for him to recover. I really don't know what kind of technique was used to have such a great effect on souls. The 2 grand elders, Luo Fei and Lin Zhongjing, looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. This time, in order to purchase the divine pill to heal Yu Wuguang, they had used up nearly 1/3 of the Moon God Hall's wealth. However, in the end, the result was almost negligible. This made them feel bitter in their hearts. We can't waste any more time. We need to hunt down Yun Wufeng. Otherwise, once Yun Wufeng recovers, he'll pose quite the threat to our Moon God Hall with the assistance of an unknown, mysterious person. In particular, that mysterious person's methods are extremely strange and unfathomable. Not only did he heavily injure Old Man's soul using a special method, but even Old Man's God-tier battle skill suddenly lost its effect. He must have done something secretly. His ability to make a God-tier battle skill lose its effect doesn't matter. As long as we don't use a God-tier battle skill, his ability will be useless. Moreover, we don't need to use a God-tier battle skill against Yun Wufeng. What I'm truly afraid of is his ability to target the primordial spirit. Yu Wuguang still felt some lingering fear when he thought of Jianshan's profound sword qi. Even Old Man doesn't know whether his ability is a one-time use or can be used multiple times. As a result, the two of you have to be extremely careful when you encounter him. Luo Fei frowned. It's impossible for such a heaven-defying ability to be used multiple times. I'm guessing that it must be some kind of special secret treasure and not some kind of secret technique. Taking a step back, even if it really is a special secret technique, the cost of using it will definitely be extremely great. According to my understanding of the various forbidden secret techniques in the world, it's impossible for such a secret technique to be used a second time in a short amount of time. As a result, if we want to take action, we need to act as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the greater the chances of him recovering and using it a second time will be. Lin Zhongjing said with a grim expression. Both he and Luo Fei became more and more fearful when they heard Yu Wuguang's description of the profound sword qi. Yu Wuguang stood up as powerful killing intent revolved around him. He called out, "There's no time to lose. Let's go right now. Underworld Ghostvine, come out and pursue the traitor with us." However, right at this moment, the expressions of the three Grand Elders in the core region of the Moon God Temple suddenly changed. That was because at this moment, the three of them had keenly sensed that the temple seemed to be faintly trembling. Even though the trembling was almost inaudible, the senses of chaotic primes were extremely sharp. Nothing could escape their senses. In the next moment, the three of them sent out their souls at the same time. It's Yun Wufeng and Luo Fei. The two of them have already killed their way into the Moon God Hall. How dare they? How dare they? What do they think our Moon God Hall is? How dare they? Do they think our Moon God Hall is so easy to bully? Luo Fei, Lin Zhongjing, and Yu Wuguang were all furious. Their eyes were filled with malice. They were about to use the underworld Ghostvine to hunt down Yun Wufeng, yet the person they were supposed to be hunting had actually taken the initiative to attack their base. Chapter 3045. After experiencing the infiltration of the Moon God Hall, the internal checks had been raised to an extremely strict level. Any disciple that entered or left the Moon God Hall would have to undergo multiple identity checks. First, they would be tested for their blood, then their cultivation, and finally the toughness of their bodies. Even the esteemed infinite primes of the Moon God Hall could not avoid these tests. Moreover, due to the lesson of the past, the tests that all the infinite primes had to undergo were even stricter than the tests of regular disciples. All the disciples of the Moon God Hall, including the infinite primes, did not complain at all. Instead, they cooperated as much as they could. This was because the Moon God Hall had already paid a bloody lesson for this recently. 3 great elders had died, and many infinite primes had been slain. This was a huge loss to the Moon God Hall. The guards of the Moon God Hall had become unprecedentedly powerful. 4 infinite primes personally stood guard at the entrance of the Moon God Hall, just in case. However, at this moment, a pulse of energy that was irresistible to all infinite primes appeared from outside. It charged into the Moon God Hall in a single instance and struck the 4 infinite primes there mercilessly. With a great boom, the 4 infinite primes, regardless of their heavenly layer, were blown away by the powerful energy. They vomited blood and slammed into the walls of the Divine Hall heavily. Immediately, powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the main hall of the Moon God Hall. It turned into a shockwave that was extremely powerful even to infinite primes. It blew all the disciples of the Moon God Hall gathered there away, where they slammed into the tough walls in the surroundings. When the storm of energy wreaking havoc in the moon god temple's main hall gradually subsided, two figures appeared in the hall. One of them was a white-robed old man. He was the great elder that the disciples of the moon god hall were extremely familiar with, Yun Wufeng. As for the other person, he was the sixth elder that all the infinite prime elders of the moon god hall hated and feared. Right now, Jianchen was still using the identity of the sixth elder. He had hidden all of his secrets deeply. Yu Wuguang, Luo Fei, and Lin Zhongjing have betrayed the moon god hall. They've already accepted Nan Patian as their master. Today, Old Man, as the great elder of the moon god hall, will personally execute the traitors and bring order to the chaos. The disciples can be forgiven for their actions in the past. As long as you leave the moon god hall, your actions in the past will be forgiven. Otherwise, you will all be executed as traitors, Yun Wufeng said loudly. His voice boomed through the moon god hall like thunder, breaking through the obstructions of many formations and spread across most of the moon god hall. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared from the hall, heading straight for the depths of the moon god hall. Jianchen followed closely behind. Yun Wufeng was not enough to deal with Yu Wuguang, Lin Zhongjing, and Yun Wufeng alone were not enough. They needed to work together. At the same time, Yu Wuguang, Luo Fei, and Lin Zhongjing all charged out with ashen faces in the depths of the moon god hall. They charged towards Yun Wufeng and Jianchen, who had entered the moon god hall. Something's wrong. On the surface, it seems like Yun Wufeng and the mysterious expert are not our opponent at all, yet they just happen to want to kill us. Do they have some sort of backing? We have to be extremely careful in this battle, especially the person who's pretending to be the sixth elder. We have to be extremely wary of his attacks on the souls of others. Don't tell me the mysterious person who's pretending to be the sixth elder is still capable of attacks that can harm the souls of others. Although Yu Wuguang, Lin Zhongjing, and Lin Zhongjing seemed unstoppable on the surface as they charged towards Yun Wufeng, they were all doubtful inside. They were extremely vigilant. What they truly feared was not Yun Wufeng. After all, they had known each other for so many years, so they knew what Yun Wufeng was capable of. The only thing they feared was Jianchen's profound sword qi. Very soon, the two sides encountered each other. This time, they did not waste any time. They began to fight as soon as they saw each other. Kill Yu Wuguang first. Let's end this quickly, Jianchen called out. He wielded the 9-star sword of heavenly ways as he radiated with the presence of a chaotic prime. He charged towards Yu Wuguang fearlessly. However, whether it was Yu Wuguang, Luo Fei, or Lin Zhongjing, their eyes all narrowed when they heard that Yun Wufeng wanted them to end the battle quickly. They were 3 chaotic primes right now. 2 of them were at the 5th heavenly layer, while the other was at the 7th heavenly layer. Even though Yu Wuguang was injured and no longer possessed his peak condition, he was still larger than a starving camel. He could take on Yun Wufeng. Apart from Yun Wufeng, the mysterious person who was pretending to be the 6th elder was only an early chaotic prime, even though he possessed the battle prowess of a chaotic prime. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a lineup to fend off the 3 of them, yet the mysterious person had called for them to end the battle quickly. He seemed to be extremely confident. Immediately, Yu Wuguang, Lin Zhongjing, and Lin Zhongjing thought of a strange attack that could attack the soul. At the same time, a pressure from the surroundings suddenly descended. Yun Wufeng had already used a god-tier battle skill as soon as possible as he glared at Yu Wuguang. Yu Wuguang shivered inside. He could not help but think back to what he had gone through in Moon Burial Cavern when he saw this familiar sight. He immediately retreated without any hesitation at all. At the same time, he placed most of his attention on Jianchen's side. He was on guard against Jianchen's profound sword qi. In an instant, Yun Wufeng finished charging up his god-tier battle skill. As he swung his sword, a huge, crescent-shaped blade suddenly appeared, shining with extremely resplendent light. Immediately, the space there shook violently. The entire Moon God Hall seemed to shake, shaking gently. However, the target of Yun Wufeng's God-tier battle skill was not the stern Yu Wuguang who was on guard. Instead, it was the 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime Great Elder, Lin Zhongjing. Lin Zhongjing's face changed drastically. He erupted with the power of his cultivation as he did everything he could to resist. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful sword intent appeared. Jianshan's profound sword qi appeared once again, shooting towards Lin Zhongjing as a white streak of light. It's it. Old man's soul was injured by this. Old man will never forget this presence. The moment the profound sword qi appeared, Yu Wuguang's heart trembled, and his face changed rapidly. Lin Zhongjing also sensed the profound sword qi. Even though he had never seen Jianshan's profound sword qi before, he had heard about it from Yu Wuguang, so he became wary. However, the profound sword qi would definitely hit its target. Aside from the Darkstar Emperor, Jianshan had never encountered anyone who could dodge or block the profound sword qi. As a result, even though Lin Zhongjing was on guard, it was nothing before the profound sword qi. Swish! The profound sword qi tore through the air, piercing through all obstructions and entering Lin Zhongjing's forehead in a single instance. Lin Zhongjing's body trembled violently as he produced a bestial howl. His soul was not as powerful as Yu Wuguang's. Against a 7th heavenly layer expert like Yu Wuguang, Jianshan needed to use 2 strands of profound sword qi. However, against a 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime like Lin Zhongjing, just a single strand of profound sword qi was enough to heavily injure his soul. However, his howl came to an end very soon. Yun Wufeng's god-tier battle skill descended. The crescent-shaped blade cleaved Lin Zhongjing's body in half from above with the power to split space. Lin Zhongjing's soul had been wiped out. Elder Lin actually died just like that. Luo Fei, who had personally witnessed Lin Zhongjing's death, instantly turned pale. A feeling of fear that had not appeared on him for many years involuntarily grew in his heart. Luo Fei was utterly terrified. It was not because Lin Zhongjing's death was too shocking to him, but because Lin Zhongjing had died too quickly. He basically could not put up a struggle at all. Chapter 3046. Luo Fei's sudden escape caught Jianshan and Yun Wufeng rather off guard. However, if a 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime wanted to flee, even Yun Wufeng, a 6th heavenly layer expert, would struggle to stop him. In less than a breath's time, Luo Fei, who had been in the Moon God Hall just a moment ago, had already disappeared into the horizon. Elder Luo, how could you? Luo Fei's sudden escape shocked and angered Yu Wuguang. He glared at Luo Fei and let out an angry roar, but he had only said a few words when he realized that Luo Fei had disappeared without a trace. Yu Wuguang's expression changed rapidly. Not long ago, he, Lin Zhongjing, and Luo Fei were planning to use the Ghost Rattan to track down Yun Wufeng's whereabouts. They planned to kill Yun Wufeng in one fell swoop and eliminate all future troubles. But unexpectedly, not only did Yun Wufeng and Lin Zhongjing take the initiative to kill their way to the Moon God Hall, but in the short time that the two sides fought, one of the 2 great grand elders of the Moon God Hall, Luo Fei and Lin Zhongjing, died and escaped. Yu Wuguang never expected such a dramatic outcome, but he also struggled to accept it. Logically speaking, the 3 great elders should have been more than enough to deal with Yun Wufeng, but in the end they suffered a crushing defeat. Yu Wuguang stared at the mysterious expert who was still pretending to be the 6th elder. Even now, he still did not know his true identity. The hatred in his heart was so strong that it was like a raging wave that wanted to drown the entire sky. The reason why their Moon God Hall had fallen into such a sorry state today was all because of that mysterious expert of unknown identity. Who are you? How has our Moon God Hall offended you? Yu Wuguang gritted his teeth. He was still confused as to why this mysterious expert would interfere with the matters of the Moon God Hall. He had no idea what was going on. Jianshan said nothing, but Yun Wufeng could not help but laugh aloud. Yu Guang, when you betrayed the Moon God Hall with Nan Patian back then, did you ever think about what the Moon God Hall had done to you? Did we offend you in any way? Furthermore, when you wantonly executed so many innocent disciples of the Moon God Hall back then, did you ever think about how those disciples of the Moon God Hall who died at your hands had offended you? Back then, when you executed so many innocent disciples and elders of the Moon God Hall, you were so ruthless and merciless, killing so many innocent people. Did you ever have a reason? But now Yu Guang, the head of the Grand Elders, actually stood in the Moon God Palace and asked such a question. Ha 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 ha, Yu Guang, to think that you would also end up like this. Yu Guang, when you betrayed the Moon God Hall back then, you probably never thought that you would end up like this one day. Yun Wufeng laughed loudly. He could not help but recall the past. The heart-wrenching scenes that had happened back then seemed to have deeply stimulated him, causing him to appear somewhat insane. Yu Guang, today, old man will make you pay with your blood and clean up the Moon God Hall. Suddenly, Yun Wufeng bellowed out. His presence skyrocketed as killing intent surged. He wielded a sword as he suddenly attacked Yu Guang with an unstoppable force. Yun Wufeng, you don't have the right to kill old man. Even if the old man is heavily injured, you're still not his opponent, Yu Guang said coldly. Determination filled his eyes. In the next moment, he used some sort of forbidden technique. His organs began to burn on their own. All the meridians in his body melted in an instant, and even a portion of his flesh disappeared. His body seemed to have withered even more. He had used a forbidden technique to burn his organs, his meridians, and a portion of his flesh and blood at the cost of harming himself to obtain great power. Not only that, but his eyes also suddenly exploded at this moment. However, after losing his eyes, the aura on his body had clearly become stronger. After paying such a heavy price, Yu Guang temporarily returned to his peak battle prowess as a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime. Afterwards, he avoided the aggressive Yun Wufeng and stared in Jianshan's direction with his bloodied, hollow eyes. He charged towards Jianshan with surging hatred. Immediately, a powerful pressure arrived, crushing down on Jianshan like a mountain. It caused Jianshan's body to tighten. The powerful presence of a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime had locked onto Jianshan firmly. His bony right hand seemed to become the claw of a ghost, reaching towards Jianshan's skull with cold, killing intent. Yu Guang absolutely hated Jianshan. As a result, not only did he strike out with all the power he could muster, causing space to crack, but he also struck out extremely quickly, basically arriving in an instant. However, while Yu Guang was fast, Jianshan was even faster. This was because Jianshan could use the profound sword qi with a single thought. He could use the profound sword qi with a single thought. Jianshan had already shot out a second strand of profound sword qi from the sword intent that had left a deep impression on Yu Guang. The profound sword qi was unrivaled in the world. It could completely break through the limits of space, arriving in an instant. He can actually still use it. Yu Guang could not help but shiver when he sensed the presence of the profound sword qi. At that moment, he could not help but wonder just how many times Jianshan could use soul attacks like that. Unfortunately, although he could sense the appearance of the profound sword qi, he was unable to dodge it. Moreover, the profound sword qi ignored all of his defenses, so even if he cast down layers of energy around himself, even if he wore god artifact armor, they were useless before the profound sword qi. The outcome was no different. The profound sword qi arrived first, heavily injuring Yu Guang's soul once again. Although Yu Guang had used a secret technique to temporarily recover his battle prowess to the level of a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime at the cost of self-harm, his soul had not recovered. His soul had already been heavily injured, so it had suffered another attack from the profound sword qi. Without a doubt, it had become even more injured. Moreover, with the addition of the old and new injuries, The damage caused to him was so great that his primordial spirit almost couldn't bear it and directly collapsed. Once it collapsed completely, it would basically mean the death of his soul. Yu Guang cried out miserably. The energy that had condensed around him immediately became chaotic. He clutched his head firmly as he knelt on the ground in pain. At the same time, Yun Wufeng turned around. His gaze was extremely cold, and his sword immediately stabbed out from Yu Guang's back, piercing through his chest. The sharp tip of the sword emerged from Yu Guang's chest as blood dripped down. Yu Guang bellowed out furiously. He suddenly grabbed the sword that had pierced through his chest and immediately charged forward, breaking free from Yun Wufeng's sword. Afterwards, he stopped fighting. He used all of his power to move, fleeing as quickly as he could. Chapter 30-47. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the chaotic primes and the Moon God Hall came to an end. Although the battle was extremely short, it had changed the fate of the Moon God Hall in that short amount of time. Now, 4 out of the 7 great elders of the Moon God Hall had died apart from Yun Wufeng. The 5th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime, Luo Fei, and the 7th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime, Yu Guang, had fled. They were originally Supreme Elders of the Moon God Hall, the Pillars of the Moon God Hall. But now, they had abandoned their foundations without any hesitation. Their flight seemed to indicate that the Moon God Hall had truly begun to decline. Before long, the infinite prime elders of the Moon God Hall all surged into the battlefield. As soon as they arrived, they saw the corpse of the great elder, Lin Zhongxing. Jianshan did not manage to take the corpse away in time, so it appeared before all the infinite prime elders in a bloody state. Grand Elder! Immediately, the expressions of all the elders of the Moon God Hall gathered here changed, and a heavy feeling of grief enveloped the place. No one said anything else. They all stared at Lin Zhongxing's corpse. The atmosphere was extremely heavy and heavy. After a long while, an aged voice filled with boundless emotion resounded in the silent hall. The Hall Master has fallen, and the Grand Elders have either died, been injured, or fled. Could it be that our Moon God Hall is finished just like this? No one said anything. Everyone remained silent. Only after a while did an elder say, "Although we no longer have a Hall Master or a Great Elder, don't forget that there's still a supreme expert behind our Moon God Hall, the Flame Reverend." The Flame Reverend? He. Do you think the Flame Reverend will be interested in us infinite primes? An elder laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Outside the Moon God Hall, Yu Guang expended the last of his strength to flee through the hazy world of ice and snow. Several 100,000 kilometers behind him, Yun Wufeng and Jianshan were in hot pursuit. Even though they were already chasing at full speed, the distance between them and Moonless was still increasing bit by bit. Because Yu Guang had used a secret technique in exchange for great power at the cost of his own life, he had temporarily returned to his peak battle prowess at the 7th Heavenly Layer. As a result, he was extremely fast, gradually leaving Yun Wufeng behind. However, it was precisely because he had sacrificed himself in exchange for great strength, and because his own condition had already reached an extremely terrible state that he no longer had the strength to conceal his presence as he frantically fled, much less the ability to conceal his tracks. As a result, even though the distance between him and Yun Wufeng was growing, Yun Wufeng could still clearly sense his location. Even though they were millions of kilometers apart, Yu Guang was still like a lantern in the night to Yun Wufeng and Jianshan. Jianshan also pushed his speed to the limit as he pursued. However, even with the laws of space, he could only barely keep up with Yun Wufeng's speed. After all, even if he ignored his battle prowess, he was only a 9th Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime. He was still a step away from true chaotic primes. His comprehension of the laws of space was even lower. He was only an 8th Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime. If he faced some early chaotic primes, Jianshan would still possess an advantage with the laws of space. However, He was currently facing the 6th heavenly layer chaotic prime Yun Wufeng and the 7th heavenly layer Yu Wuguang. Before the two experts, his laws of space naturally did not possess an advantage. Even if he could keep up with Yun Wufeng's speed, it would still be an extraordinary performance. Yun Wufeng looked at Jianchen, who was actually able to keep up with him, and a smear of surprise appeared in his eyes. This was because he could clearly sense that Jianchen's affinity with space far surpassed experts of the same level. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to keep up with a 6th heavenly layer chaotic prime with the laws of space as an 8th heavenly layer infinite prime. Yu Wuguang won't be able to last much longer. He'll run out of energy very soon. You better enter Old Man's divine hall and let Old Man carry you, Yun Wufeng said to Jianchen secretly. There's no need. I can keep up, Jianchen replied. His body seemed to have completely fused with space. He moved silently, crossing several tens of thousand kilometers with a single flash. It was like teleportation. He was not trying to show off. Instead, he needed to use the profound sword qi to deter Yu Wuguang so that he could prevent Yu Wuguang from using any other methods to launch a counterattack. I still have 2 strands of profound sword qi left. I'll try not to use them if I can, thought Jianchen. As he chased, he would consume the pills he had obtained from the Tianhe clan from time to recover the power of his soul. As the two of them fled, they crossed the entire ice pole plain very quickly with their great speeds as chaotic primes. They even circled around the ice pole plain a few times, alarming many organizations on the plain. They became the center of attention. It seems like they're from the Moon God Hall. It looks like something has happened to the Moon God Hall again. The person fleeing in front is the great elder of the Moon God Hall, Yu Wuguang. The person pursuing him seems to be a great elder of the Moon God Hall as well, but who's the other person? The Moon God Hall is very complicated. We can't interfere with it. We can't interfere with it at all. Let's just watch. Whether it's the Moon God Hall or the Hefeng clan that has lost their grand prime ancestor, they all have the Flame Reverend's shadow behind them. We can't act recklessly, just in case we get into trouble in the future. At this moment, Yu Wuguang's pulses of energy gradually weakened. The great energy he had exchanged for at the cost of his own life was finally about to be used up. Even his speed of escape became slower and slower. Could it be that I, Yu Wuguang, am going to die here today? Yu Wuguang thought. He was filled with great reluctance. He raised his head to look at the boundless starry sky. This was the first time in his life that he felt such despair. He was just too weak right now, and his soul was unimaginably injured. He was on the brink of collapse, so not only did he struggle to control his energy perfectly, but he did not even have the ability to hide himself. All he could do was squander his remaining energy helplessly and in despair, struggling powerlessly to survive. However, Yu Wuguang soon made up his mind. He thought, Yun Wufeng, and that mysterious person who's disguised as the 6th elder. Even if I die today, I won't let you off easily. With that, Yu Wuguang changed directions. He continued to burn his remaining energy, rapidly approaching the center of the ice pole plain with lightning speed. Jianchen and Yun Wufeng naturally followed closely behind Yu Wuguang. They changed directions and pursued him rapidly. As Yu Wuguang's energy was about to run out, he gradually slowed down. As a result, the distance between them became shorter and shorter. The two of them flew at high speeds, crossing countless glaciers and hundreds of millions of kilometers. However, at this moment, Jian Chen's heart suddenly shuddered as he pursued them from behind. Chapter 30-48. This temple seemed to be formed from endless ice and snow. It was pure white and flawless, perfectly blending into this world of ice and snow. However, this shrine was simply too large and majestic. It was larger than any of the towering glaciers in Ice Pole Province and more majestic than any of the mountains. It was as if it was the backbone of the world, propping up the sky. Moreover, there was an indescribably vast pressure emanating from the Shrine of Ice. It was a mysterious divine might that could suppress the heavens and rewrite all Daos. "This is the Ice Goddess Hall?" Jianchen murmured in a low voice. Looking at the huge temple that was faintly discernible in the heavy snow, his expression became complicated. Was this the place where Second Sister used to live? That's right. This is indeed the Ice Goddess Hall. It seems that Yu Wuguang wants to escape into the Ice Goddess Hall. Yun Wufeng spoke in a low voice while his expression became unprecedentedly solemn, and he seemed to be slightly hesitant in his heart. Should I pursue him or not? In the current Ice Pole province, the Ice Goddess Hall was basically ownerless, and anyone could enter. However, this was the resting place of the great Ice God, who had once been a supreme being. Although the fate of the great Ice God was unknown, the Ice Goddess Hall's position in the Ice Pole province was deeply rooted. It was not shaken in the slightest. In the hearts of many powerhouses in the Ice Pole province, it was a sacred and inviolable existence. As a result, Yun Wufeng immediately wanted to retreat when he arrived before the Ice Goddess Hall. He did not dare to offend them. He was even more unwilling to kill Yu Wuguang in the Ice Goddess Hall, lest her dirty blood splatter in the Ice Goddess Hall and sully the supreme Holy Land in his heart. Chase after him. Even if he fled into the Ice Goddess Hall, we still have to kill him today. Jianchen did not have as many misgivings. Speaking of which, his second sister could be considered as half a master of the Ice Goddess Hall. As a result, he was not as wary of the Ice Goddess Hall as Yun Wufeng was. Jianchen instantly passed by Yun Wufeng, his figure disappearing into the fluttering snow. Seeing that Jianchen had already made the first move, Yun Wufeng had no choice but to sigh and follow after him. In the depths of the Ice Goddess Hall, there was a region enveloped by cold mist. This cold fog was clearly very unusual. Not only was it impossible to see through it with the naked eye and spiritual senses were unable to approach it, even the space within the cold fog would occasionally emit waves of ripples. This feeling was as if the space that was shrouded by the cold mist had turned into a heart, beating powerfully and shaking the space. Whenever this pulse appeared, it would release terrifying killing intent that was enough to make any Grand Prime tremble. This cold mist was the Ice God Formation, a powerful killing formation personally set up by a Grand Exalt. The existence of the Ice God Formation was no longer a secret in the Ice Pole province. There were many different opinions about it. Some people said that one of the 7 Grand Exalts in the past, the Great Ice Goddess, was hidden in the Ice God Formation. She was either slumbering from her heavy injuries or recovering. There were also people who said that the Ice God Formation was a trap purposefully cast down by the Ice Goddess so that people would think that she was still alive. However, the reality was that the Ice Goddess had already died, or she had reincarnated without anyone knowing. Of course, no matter what people thought or what they thought, the Ice God Formation was truly very powerful. So powerful that no one dared to set foot in it until now. As a result, the scenery within the Ice God Formation became an unsolvable mystery. At this moment, a white-robed man stood outside the Ice God Formation. The man seemed to be in his 40s. His appearance was nothing special, but he gave off the presence of an infinite prime. He stood outside the Ice God Formation as he could not help but tremble. Even his eyes became misty, gradually condensing into tears that rolled down his cheeks. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground. His crystal-like tears flowed out of his eyes and streaked across his ordinary face. Drop by drop, they fell to the ground and condensed into ice beads. "Your Majesty, are you still in there? Your Majesty, can you hear me? Your Majesty, I've fulfilled my mission. I've successfully brought Her Majesty back to the Saints' world. However, Her Majesty needs help. Your Majesty, if you really are in there, I beg you to wake up quickly. Your Majesty, can you hear your servant's voice? Please wake up, please wake up." The man knelt on the ground as he constantly trembled. He sobbed, sobbing softly. However, as he sobbed, his voice gradually changed. It went from a man's voice to a woman's voice. Ha 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 ha, the ancestor really does have great foresight. Shui Yunlan, one of the 4 great protectors of the Ice Goddess Hall, no matter how carefully you try to hide, you still can't escape from the ancestors' plans. You really did come here. However, at this moment, an old voice rang out from behind. An old man with a bamboo hat silently appeared behind him. The sudden voice caused the white-robed man's face to immediately change drastically. In the next moment, he burned his essence blood without any hesitation and used a secret technique to flee as quickly as he could. Ha 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 ha, before this old man, there's no need for you to put up a pointless struggle as a new infinite prime. Our ancestor has invited you. He hopes you can come with me, the old man with a bamboo hat laughed. The old man chuckled. His presence erupted as the tremendous pressure of an 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime flooded the surroundings. The white-robed man's body immediately sank. Under the pressure, his speed was immediately restricted. However, before he could do anything else, a huge hand completely condensed from energy fell from above. It seemed to form a cage that sealed off the surroundings, falling from the sky loudly. Since you know who I am, how dare you act so recklessly? You're looking to die, the white-robed man called out. His voice had completely become a cold female voice. Looking to die? Ha 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 ha, the ice goddess is already dead. This so-called ice goddess formation is just a diversion. Do you think the current ice goddess hall is still the ice goddess hall of the past? It looks like you still haven't accepted reality, the old man with a bamboo hat said. The huge palm of energy he had condensed had already descended, sealing off the space there. It seemed to form a sealed prison as it held the white-clothed man tightly in his hand. The difference between them was just too great. It was indeed difficult for a new infinite prime to escape from an 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime. The white-robed man's eyes became cold. There was no fear. There was only overwhelming hatred. Soon after, the aura on his body rapidly withered. He used the secret technique once again, causing his body that was firmly trapped by the energy palm to suddenly disappear and reappear in the distance. After that, he madly fled without looking back. Chapter 3049. The majestic ice goddess hall was like a primordial beast, standing silently in the fluttering snow. Although the artifact's spirit of the divine hall was no longer present, it still possessed a terrifying presence that could suppress the world. The grand divine hall of the ice goddess hall was wide open as well. Anyone could enter. Even the many formations and restrictions within the ice goddess hall lost their effectiveness. In the entire ice goddess hall, only the ice goddess formation in the deepest part of the hall was restricted. At this moment, Yu Wuguang's presence was dim outside the ice goddess hall. She used the remaining power in her body and smashed through the snowflakes. She directly charged through the wide open doors of the divine hall, entering the interior of the divine hall. His speed was already becoming slower and slower. Clearly, he had already reached the point where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. As soon as Yu Wuguang entered the Moon God Hall, Jianchen pursued him from behind. The laws of space pulsed around him, and with a single step, he entered the Ice Goddess Hall as well. Closely behind him was the great elder of the Moon God Hall, Yu Wuguang. Stepping through the entrance, the first thing that entered their sights was an extremely spacious hall. Instead of calling it a hall, it would be more accurate to call it a boundless plain because the hall was just too large. It was impossible to see the end of it with the naked eye. The interior of the Ice Goddess Hall clearly had the effect of a pocket dimension. The space inside was as large as a miniature world, far larger than the size of the Ice Goddess Hall on the outside. With a flash, Yu Wuguang's broken body appeared in the hall of the Ice Goddess Hall. However, he could no longer maintain his ability to fly after arriving there. He immediately fell out of the sky and heavily hit the ground. Afterwards, a thin layer of ice rapidly spread across his body. In a single moment, Yu Wuguang seemed to have been reduced to an ice sculpture. The coldness within the Ice Goddess Hall was extremely powerful. Although it was nothing to primordial realm experts in perfect condition, resisting it was not difficult at all. However, not only was Yu Wuguang heavily injured, but he had also basically used up all the power he had obtained from using the secret technique at the cost of his own life. He was already on his last legs. He was so weak that he couldn't even resist the coldness of the Ice Goddess Hall. The Ice God Formation, the Ice God Formation, the old man wants to go to the Ice God Formation. Even if he dies, the old man will sacrifice himself to trigger the power of the Ice God Formation and let the two of you die with the old man. Yu Wuguang's eyes were empty. If his eyes were still there, one would see the intense hatred in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and held on, using all his strength to drag his frozen body towards the depths of the Ice Goddess Hall. But now, his speed was not even 1/10 of what it was outside the temple. Yu Wuguang, you have nowhere else to go. At this moment, Yun Wufeng's ancient voice rang out from behind. With a flash, he and Jianchen appeared in front of Yu Wuguang in a single moment, blocking his path. Although Yu Wuguang had lost his eyes, he was still a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime after all. As a result, he could clearly sense everything in the surroundings even though he could not see. Yu Wuguang's face immediately twisted when he sensed Yun Wufeng and Yun Wufeng. He seemed to have sunk into some sort of madness as he said resentfully, "Yun Wufeng, if I had known earlier that you would bring disaster to the Moon God Hall today, old man would have gotten rid of you completely back then no matter what so that there would be no future trouble." Old man was filled with regret. He regretted not begging the Hall Master to kill you completely back then. Otherwise, the Moon God Hall would never have ended up like this. Yu Wuguang, you traitor. You still refuse to realize your mistakes even when you're about to die. If you hadn't betrayed the Moon God Hall with Nan Patian in the past, the Moon God Hall would never have ended up like this. Yun Wufeng's face sank as he said through gritted teeth, "Think about how many disciples of the Moon God Hall have been killed by you in the past few years, and how many innocent elders have fallen to your hands. Even little Yu was not spared. You traitors of the Moon God Hall have committed far, far too many heinous crimes. You've committed far too many sins. Today, I, Yun Wufeng, will clean up the Moon God Hall and personally kill you traitor." Killing intent shone in Yun Wufeng's eyes as he suddenly swung down with his sword, immediately wiping out Yu Wuguang's soul. Immediately, Yu Wuguang's presence rapidly dispersed. All signs of life vanished. He had completely passed away. The mighty great elder of the Moon God Hall, a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime, lay in a pool of blood just like that. However, Yun Wufeng did not rejoice at all after killing Yu Wuguang. Instead, he became gloomy. He stood before Yu Wuguang's corpse silently. Only after quite a while did he sigh deeply. Jianchen looked at Yu Wuguang's corpse as well. Mixed feelings filled his eyes. He knew very well that this 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime had basically died to his hand. If it were not for his profound sword chi, it would have been impossible for Yun Wufeng to be Yu Wuguang's opponent. Suddenly, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He fused with the surrounding space and vanished in a single instant. When he reappeared, he was already 100 kilometers away. Afterwards, the 9-star sword of heavenly ways appeared in his hand, and he directly swung down at the empty space. Arg! A chilling cry immediately rang out from the empty space. It was as if a soul had completely dispersed from Jianchen's strike. Yun Wufeng suddenly turned around, and his face became ugly. He growled, "It's Yu Wuguang." He actually released a sliver of his soul without anyone noticing. That was close. He almost got away. Yu Wuguang should be dead for good now. Jianchen stowed the 9-star sword of heavenly ways away and appeared beside Yun Wufeng with a single movement. He looked at Yu Wuguang's damaged body and shook his head in disdain. He immediately gave up on the idea of collecting nutrients for the immortal devouring orchid. At this moment, a pulse of energy appeared near Jianchen and Yun Wufeng. A white-robed, ordinary-looking man appeared out of nowhere. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a horrible shape. His face was sheet-white. Spurt. As soon as he appeared, a mist of blood sprayed from his mouth. Bits of his organs scattered in the snow-white world. Ha 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 ha! Afterwards, an old man's laughter rang out, echoing through the surroundings. An old man with a bamboo hat chased over from behind. He moved extremely quickly, appearing before the white-robed man in a single instance. With a wave of his hand, a huge, bronze cauldron appeared. It gave off the might of a medium-quality god artifact, locking down the space around the white-robed man. Afterwards, the cauldron fell backwards, enveloping the white-robed man immediately. From the moment the white-robed man appeared to the moment he was sucked into the cauldron, only a few seconds had passed. It was extremely short. 8th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime. Yun Wufeng and Jianchen witnessed this from nearby, and their hearts immediately shivered. The old man with the bamboo hat was even more powerful than Yu Wuguang. However, Jianchen felt rather doubtful. The white-robed man who had just appeared gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to figure out where this sense of familiarity came from. The old man also discovered Jianchen and Yun Wufeng. Heavy killing intent immediately flashed through his eyes, hidden behind the bamboo hat. However, when he glanced at Yu Wuguang's corpse from the corner of his eye, his heart immediately shivered. He thought, 7th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime. These two can actually kill a 7th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime and force him into such a miserable state. Chapter 3050. The sacred and inviolable land of the past has become so chaotic now. Sigh. Yun Wufeng could not help but sigh deeply when he witnessed the white-robed man's capture. His face was filled with melancholy. Then, he walked up to Yu Wuguang's body and put it into his interspatial ring. It wasn't just Yu Wuguang's body. Even the bloodstains that Yu Wuguang had left on the ground were wiped clean by Yun Wufeng with his own hand. Yun Wufeng had a blind faith in the Ice Goddess Hall. Even though the Ice Goddess Hall had already fallen, it was still an inviolable sacred land in his heart. Jianchen paid no attention to Yun Wufeng's actions. His brows were still furrowed as the image of that white-clothed man, who was clearly extremely unfamiliar yet somehow gave him a trace of familiarity, repeatedly surfaced in his mind. He was repeatedly pondering where exactly he had seen this person before. At this time, he noticed that when the white-robed man first appeared, the mouthful of blood he coughed up was still there. The blood that was sprayed everywhere along with bits of his organs was still there. Jianchen walked in front of the bloodstains left behind by the white-clothed man. With a thought, a few drops of blood that had been frozen into ice beads slowly floated up. As the blood of a primordial realm expert, every single droplet pulsed with quite a lot of energy. It had yet to disperse. As for Jianchen, with his powerful senses, he seemed to be able to see through the weak aura left in the blood and directly discern the true identity of the owner. Suddenly, Jianchen seemed to have discovered something. His body shook violently and his expression changed greatly. Even his gaze became extremely terrifying at this moment. It's her, it's actually her. The extreme shock caused Jianchen to cry out involuntarily. His heart was shaking violently, and in that instant, huge waves surged to the heavens. This was because he had already learnt the man's true identity through the droplets of blood. To no surprise, it was Shui Yunlan. Shui Yunlan was the only person who knew where his sister was. If he wanted to find his sister, he needed to go through Shui Yunlan. When Yun Wufeng heard Jianchen's exclamation, he couldn't help but turn his head with an inquiring expression. "Young friend, what's wrong?" But soon after, he noticed that Jianchen's expression had become extremely gloomy, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. However, in the next moment, Jianchen suddenly vanished. Even the laws of space on him became rather unstable, pulsing violently as he pursued madly. At the same time, a frantic voice rang out in Yun Wufeng's head, "Chase, chase, chase. We can't let that chaotic prime escape. Even if we have to pay a great price, we have to make him stay." There was a hint of madness in Jianshan's tone, as if he was ready to abandon everything and disregard everything else. He understood in a single moment that Shui Yunlan's capture was not a simple matter. At the same time, it was not because Shui Yunlan had provoked some sort of enemy. The enemy's true target was his sister, Changyang Mingyue. At the same time, she was the ice goddess of the Ice Goddess Hall. Jianshan charged out of the Ice Goddess Hall as quickly as he could. He expanded the senses of his soul as quickly as possible, enveloping the surroundings. Even his two remaining strands of profound sword qi readied themselves, ready to be used at any time. Unfortunately, when the senses of his soul wreaked havoc in the surroundings, he failed to discover anything. As a matter of fact, he did not even find a single trace. The eighth heavenly layer chaotic prime, who had captured Shui Yunlan, seemed to have vanished into thin air. He did not leave behind any clues. He immediately realized that his cultivation was far too low. With a flash, the doubtful Yun Wufeng appeared before Jianshan. Just when he was about to ask, Jianshan beat him to it. He became extremely worried. "Senior Yun, quick, help me find traces of that person. We have to stop him." Although Yun Wufeng did not know the details, he could tell how worried Jianshan was. He immediately nodded. "All right, old man will assist you with everything he has." With that, Yun Wufeng's senses of the sixth heavenly layer chaotic prime's soul suddenly expanded. The senses of the soul were far more powerful than Jianshan's. Even though Jianshan's soul had fused with a strand of true chaotic force, he was still unable to rival a mid-chaotic prime with his current level of cultivation. Yun Wufeng did not hold back either. As he searched with the senses of his soul, he formed seals with his hands and used a secret technique to peer into the surroundings. In the end, the light of divination even flickered through his eyes. A while later, Yun Wufeng stopped searching. He shook his head gently with a sigh. The eighth heavenly layer chaotic prime has concealed his presence and erased all traces. With old man's abilities, I can't find him. Can't you even find the direction he went in?" Jianshan asked in a hurry. His eyes had already become rather red and bloodshot. He knew that the eighth heavenly layer chaotic prime, who had abducted Shui Yunlan, definitely had the support of an extremely great organization. Once Shui Yunlan ended up in the hands of an organization like that, even if Shui Yunlan was loyal, she would struggle to keep any secrets from them with the abilities of peak experts. This was because there were just far too many secret techniques that could bewitch and control the soul in the saint's world. These secret techniques could make a person spill all their secrets without them knowing it. Once they used this method on Shui Yunlan, his sister would be in danger. "My friend, I'm truly sorry. Old man has really done everything he can," Yun Wufeng said in guilt. Yun Wufeng was filled with remorse. Jianshan had helped him far too much. Not only had he helped him escape from the Moon God Hall, but he had even killed a group of traitors. However, in the end, when Jianshan needed help, he was unable to do anything. Jianshan's chest heaved as his emotions fluctuated extremely violently. He was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the air anxiously. "What do I do? What do I do? They've captured Shui Yunlan, so my sister's hiding place can be exposed at any time. But right now, I don't even know who they are. What am I supposed to do?" Jianshan grabbed his hair firmly. At that moment, he truly hated the fact that he possessed supreme power that could suppress everything. Otherwise, he would not be so helpless right now. The Tianhe clan. I'll try looking for the Tianhe clan. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jianshan's head. He immediately used space and left in a hurry. He did not even have the time to bid farewell to Yun Wufeng. Jianshan arrived at Sky Crane Divine City as quickly as he could. Along the way, he notified He Qianqi through the medallion of the Sky Crane clan. As a result, He Qianqi also arrived at Sky Crane Divine City from the Sky Crane clan. My friend, why are you in such a hurry? Don't tell me you've gotten into a huge mess because of the Moon God Hall? He Qianqi asked as soon as they met. Chapter 3051. Seeing Jianqin's eagerness, He Qianqi didn't waste any more time and nodded. All right, I will bring you to the ancestor now. With that said, He Qianqi turned around and flew into the ice mountain behind Sky Crane Divine City. Jianqin followed behind He Qianqi. Both of them unleashed the speed of chaotic primes, moving extremely quickly. Not long after, Jianqin was led by He Qianqi through a very powerful defensive formation and officially entered the Tianhe clan. The Tianhe clan was situated in the middle of an iceberg. There were countless buildings, pavilions, terraces, and pagodas here. They were either built against the mountain or cut off from the middle of the mountain. They were built on a platform that was as smooth as a mirror. From time to time, there would be ice cranes flying in the sky, emitting crisp cries. There were even disciples of the Tianhe clan accompanying them. Greetings, Supreme Elder! Greetings, Supreme Elder! He Qianqi led Jianqin through the ice mountains, straight into the depths of the Sky Crane clan. Along the way, they met many disciples of the Sky Crane clan, all of them bowed and saluted respectfully. He Qianqi, on the other hand, had a benevolent look on his face as he nodded and smiled at the juniors who bowed to him. I've already used a secret technique to send a message to the Patriarch. As for whether or not the Patriarch can help you, that's not something I can decide. Along the way, He Qianqi transmitted his voice to Jianqin. Although he didn't know what kind of trouble Jianqin was in, his sharp senses told him that it wasn't a small matter. If it wasn't handled properly, there would be a lot of implications. It was just that the 1.5 kilograms of divine blood soil that Jianqin took out made the Tianhe clan owe him a huge favor. This favor made it difficult for the Tianhe clan to reject any request from Jianqin. Of course, what happened after that was not something that a supreme elder like He Qianqi could decide. Everything was up to the Patriarch. Suddenly, He Qianqi's face changed. He was both surprised and expected. He turned around and transmitted his voice to Jianqin. The Patriarch has agreed to see you. However, the one who will see you this time is Patriarch Lan, one of the 3 patriarchs of our Tianhe clan. Patriarch Lan's words are supreme in our Tianhe clan. The other 2 patriarchs paled in comparison. As a result, you have to be respectful when you meet Patriarch Lan this time. He Qianqi warned Jianqin sternly. He Qianqi's eyes' attention. And only when he finished speaking, he finally arrived at the Patriarch Lan's place of cultivation. What appeared before Jianqin was an upside-down iceberg that hovered in the air. The tip of the iceberg was pointed downwards, while the waist of the iceberg had been cut off by a sharp blade, forming an extremely large piece of land that faced the sky. However, around this floating mountain, there seemed to be endless snow fluttering in the wind, like a white curtain covering the ice mountain. From the outside, it looked hazy, faintly discernible, and gave off a sense of mystery. This is the Flying Snow Peak where Patriarch Lan lives in seclusion. It's one of the 3 ancestral peaks of our Tianhe clan. This is as far as I can send you. Patriarch Lan is waiting for you on the ancestral peak. You can go there by yourself. He Qianqi stopped and said solemnly. Jianqin nodded. After bidding farewell to He Qianqi with cupped fists, he immediately passed through the thick snow covering the Flying Snow Peak and stepped on the ground. It was also at this moment that the snow on the Flying Snow Peak suddenly parted down the middle, forming a path that extended towards Jianqin. Jianqin hesitated slightly before immediately making his way through the path. In the end, he entered a divine hall that seemed like an ice sculpture. As soon as he set foot in the divine hall, a terrifying coldness greeted him. It immediately caused Jianqin's body to shudder as a layer of ice rapidly condensed on the surface of his body. The coldness was extremely terrifying, as if it could invade his body. Not only did it make him feel extremely cold, but even his blood seemed to freeze. Even the circulation of his chaotic force slowed down. A woman in white clothes stood in the center of the hall with her back to him. He could not make out her face. There was a huge pill cauldron in front of her. A thick pill fragrance permeated the air from the cauldron. With a single breath, one would feel refreshed, as if their limbs and bones had been purified. All of their exhaustion had been swept away. However, the flames used to refine the pills were not the laws of fire that Jianchen knew of. Instead, it was an icy flame formed from ice. The icy flame did not have the slightest bit of heat. There was only a despair-inducing extreme coldness. Junior Yang Yutian pays his respects to Patriarch Lan. Jianchen knew that the woman before him was the Patriarch Lan that He Qianqi spoke of. He immediately bowed respectfully. Yang Yutian, you're the person who pretended to be the Fifth Hall Master in the Dark Star Realm back then and toyed with the various major forces in the 100 Saint City? Patriarch Lan spoke. Her voice was very gentle, lively and crisp. It was truly as beautiful as the sounds of nature. She did not wait for Jianchen to speak and continued, "You do indeed have some skills. Disregarding everything else, just this disguise is something that even I am unable to see through. Speak. Why have you come to find me in such a hurry?" Patriarch Lan, an extremely important friend of mine, has been kidnapped by an unknown expert. That person has used profound methods to conceal all traces. This junior is incompetent, so I have come to the Tianhe clan for help. I hope that Patriarch Lan can act and find the whereabouts of that person, said Jianchen. Patriarch Lan let out a light laugh. She said, "You want me to act personally just to find the whereabouts of a single person? You're the first person in countless years to do so. This junior also knows that this is disrespectful to senior, but the friend that has been abducted is just too important to this junior. I hope that Patriarch Lan can assist me," Jianchen pleaded. "Whatever. Seeing how your 3 kilograms of soil of godblood has resolved the urgent situation of my Tianhe clan, I will naturally help you. Where was your friend abducted?" Patriarch Lan asked. "In the Ice Goddess Hall." Ice Goddess Hall? Why would it be there? Patriarch Lan frowned before murmuring, "When the Empyrean Demon Lord invaded the Ice Goddess Hall in the past, he destroyed all of the Flame Reverend's arrangements. Even all the experts the Flame Reverend had planted there failed to escape. In other words, it shouldn't have been the Flame Reverend's people." After a moment of thought, Patriarch Lan suddenly formed a hand seal. She cast one seal after another into the cauldron, making it revolve on its own. Afterwards, she waved her hand, and a powerful force immediately swept Jianchen away. Jianchen only felt his vision blur. When it cleared up again, he was outside the Ice Goddess Hall. "My soul has fused with the world, resonating with the ways of the world. I can see through the past and the future. Let's see if I can find traces of that person," said Patriarch Lan. Ancestor Lan said. Immediately, a dense law of the Great Path emanated from her body. It was as if she could already represent the supreme order of the world to a certain extent. Of course, this was only to a certain extent. Compared to a true Grand Exalt, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. In this state, the various matters of the past replayed in Patriarch Lan's head like the pages of a book. None of the matters in the past could hide from her senses. Jianchen waited to one side anxiously. He was both nervous and eager. He hoped that Patriarch Lan would live up to his expectations and lock onto the identity of the hooded expert. If she did not even know who the person was, it would be impossible for her to save him. A while later, Patriarch Lan opened her eyes again. A strange light flashed through her bright eyes and she said, "There's a Grand Prime behind the scenes who has removed all traces of that person, and this person is not weak either. He's a mid-Grand Prime at the very least." Jianchen's face changed drastically. What he worried about the most still happened, but he still looked at Patriarch Lan with a final sliver of hope. Patriarch Lan, do you have any clues? Chapter 3052. Jianchen immediately paled. His final sliver of hope and anticipation vanished as well. He did not care about Shui Yunlan's fate, but Shui Yunlan was the only person who knew about his sister's whereabouts. Now that Shui Yunlan had been captured, the whereabouts of his sister Changyang Mingyue would naturally be exposed. After all, the chaotic prime who had captured Shui Yunlan was a peak expert who was a mid-grand prime at the very least. Moreover, the mid-grand prime was only a conservative estimate of the ancestor. Probably even the ancestor was uncertain whether the person who had erased the traces was a mid or late grand prime. Peak experts like them all possessed extraordinary abilities and possessed various abilities. Before an expert like that, Jianchen could not guarantee that Shui Yunlan would be able to keep her secret. At that moment, Jianchen became panicked. He became rather flustered. In his mind, the figures of all the experts he had interacted with appeared one after another. The Wind Venerable, the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, Mo Tianyun. He could only think of these three people who could resolve the crisis before him. After all, this matter involved mid-grand primes. Even the martial soul lineage might not be able to deal with it. However, Mo Tianyun remained elusive among the three of them. He could not contact him at all. Moreover, even if he managed to contact Mo Tianyun, he was not certain whether Mo Tianyun would be able to help. After all, a mid-grand prime had covered up all traces of the person, yet he had fished someone out of the vast ocean. Accomplishing this had nothing to do with a person's battle prowess. It depended on their abilities and abilities. At the very least, even an expert like the ancestor was helpless against it. As for the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, Jianchen directly rejected her. He knew that the chances of getting the First Majesty to help him were zero. In the end, the only person he truly found reliable was the Wind Venerable. However, the Wind Venerable's breakthrough had not been complete. Although he had successfully fused with the membrane of the world, he had not grasped the power of a grand exalt. Moreover, the Wind Venerable had said on the nameless planet that it was not suitable for him to take action before he grasped the power completely. As a result, although he thought of the Wind Venerable, Jianchen was still worried. He did not dare to actually ask the Wind Venerable for help. He did not know whether his sudden interference would cause any irreversible effects on the Wind Venerable's grand exalt power. Jianchen sat down in the snow. The only three peak experts he could think of were unable to take action for various reasons. He worried about his sister's life, which made him feel helpless. The ancestor seemed to see Jianchen's worry. After a moment of thought, she said, "You don't need to worry. Although I can't find any traces, there's someone who might be." "Who?" "Ancestor, tell me who is that person?" "He Fengs of ancestor of the world of the ancestor of course, of the ancestor of the world." Only then did he see the ancestor's appearance. In terms of appearance, the ancestor of the Lan family was not very old. She was only a young woman in her early 20s. She was very beautiful, just like her heavenly voice. Her delicate features were perfect as if they had been born from the world. She was like a piece of jade that had been nurtured by nature. No one could find any flaws in her at all. However, Jianchen's head was filled with worry for his sister. No matter how beautiful the ancestor of the Lan family was, she was unable to enter his heart. "Even if I tell you who that person is, you might not be able to get him to take action. However, he needs my help, so I can only step forward. Let's go. Let's return to the Tianhe clan first and wait for that person's arrival," said the ancestor of the Lan family. With a wave of her sleeve, she and Jianchen immediately vanished. Jianchen was arranged to stay in a courtyard specially used to receive esteemed guests in the Tianhe clan. A white feather shot through the air silently on the flying snow peak. It flew past most of the Tianhe clan and directly entered an icy palace in the end. It stopped before a ruddy old man. The old man was called He-Igue, one of the great elders of the Tianhe clan. Although they were both great elders, his status was much higher than He-Qianqi's. He was an 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime, and he had grasped the laws of space. He-Igue, take my personal letter and hurry to the 5-point sect on the star brilliance plane. Personally hand the letter to the point cloud venerable. The ancestor of the Lan family's voice rang out from nowhere. Yes, Ancestor Lan. He-Igue respectfully said. He respectfully took the letter personally written by Ancestor Lan. When the letter fell into his hands, his body disappeared without a trace. Not long after He-Igue left, in the flying snow peak where Ancestor Lan was cultivating, outside the divine palace where Ancestor Lan was concocting pills, He-Qianqi bowed respectfully toward the closed door of the palace. He-Qianqi greets Ancestor Lan. He-Qianqi, did Yang Yutian ask you about the Ice Goddess Hall in the past? The ancestor of the Lan family's voice rang out from the alchemy room. The door to the alchemy room was tightly shut, so He-Qianqi could only stand outside. His slightly hunched figure was drowned out by the wind and snow. Yes, Ancestor Lan. Repeat your entire conversation to me without missing a single word, said the ancestor of the Lan family. The ancestor of the Tianhe clan was a supreme existence. As a result, He-Qianqi dared not turn down any of the ancestor's requests, nor did he dare to ask for a reason. He could only obey unconditionally. Afterwards, He-Qianqi followed the ancestor of the Lan family's orders and recounted the entire conversation he had with Jianchen about the Ice Goddess Hall without missing a single word. After listening to He-Qianqi's narration, the alchemy room fell into a temporary silence. After a while, the ancestor of the Lan family's voice rang out slowly, "You can leave. Remember, don't mention anything you say today to anyone else." He-Qianqi left the flying snow peak. In the alchemy room, the extreme frost ice flame was still burning. Ancestor Lan sat cross-legged in the void, facing the cauldron in front of him. His sapphire-like blue eyes flickered with a soul-stirring chill. On the other side, He-Igue hurried towards the star brilliance plane as quickly as he could. He directly revealed his cultivation as an 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime. With that strength, he basically had priority when using teleportation formations across planes. He first used teleportation formations to move between planes. Whenever he arrived on a plane, he would use the laws of space to reach the next location. After a few transfers, he finally arrived on the star brilliance plane in the shortest amount of time possible. He immediately arrived at the 5-point sect and personally handed the ancestor of the Lan family's letter to the Point Cloud Venerable. In the 5-point sect, the Point Cloud Venerable personally received He-Igue. When he received the feathery letter from He-Igue, he immediately beamed with joy. Your Tianhe clan's ancestor Lan has finally agreed to refine that cauldron of pills for old man find someone? No problem. As long as Ancestor Lan is willing to refine that cauldron of pills for old man, let alone one person, old man will agree even if you find 10 or 100 people. Chapter 3053. Jianchen could only trust the ancestor of the Tianhe clan. Under the ancestor's arrangements, he stayed in a courtyard by himself as he waited for the ancestor's news. The inside and outside of the courtyard was filled with falling snow, piling up a thick layer on the ground. All kinds of decorations made of sparkling and translucent ice were arranged around the courtyard. Under the rays of the warm sun, they reflected a 7-colored halo, which was very dazzling. However, Jianchen was in no mood to admire the unique scenery that belonged to the ice pole plain. As he waited, each day felt like a year to him. This was the first time he felt time pass so slowly. Shui Yunlan has only just been captured. Even if she's controlled, she'll probably need some time to spit out where my sister is hiding. As a result, My sister's hiding place won't be exposed so quickly. I have to remain calm, calm, calm. Jianchen walked through the snowy courtyard without leaving a single trace behind. He paced around uneasily as he constantly tried to console himself. This was because he knew that no matter how much he panicked, it would be pointless. Suddenly, Jianchen raised his head and looked at the sky. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce the sky and look at the boundless outer space. He was now a ninth heavenly layer infinite prime. His battle prowess was on par with chaotic primes, so his senses were extremely sharp. But at this moment, he felt a monstrous demonic chi coming from the outer space, approaching the ice pole province at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Afterwards, a great sound rang out, which seemed to echo through the entire ice pole plain. The demonic aura from outer space directly slammed into the ice pole plain, smashing into the ground in the distance with a tremendous pressure. Even Jianchen, who was in the depths of the Tianhe clan, felt like he had been struck by a bolt of lightning when he hit the ground. It's the heavenly demon religion. Jianchen's eyes lit up. He was not unfamiliar with this demonic aura. When he was in the cloud region, he had come into contact with it more than once. Surprisingly, it belonged to the heavenly demon religion. Moreover, his gaze pierced through the thick demonic chi and clearly saw a pitch-black divine temple hidden inside. It was as grand as a castle. When he saw the demon castle that was covered in demonic chi, Jianchen's eyes lit up. Back in the Delight Prefecture, Jianchen had joined forces with the heavenly demon religion to attack the #1 faction in the Delight Prefecture, the Cloud Zurge Empire. Back then, the heavenly demon religion had activated a high-grade demonic fortress. At this moment, Jianchen could clearly see that the demonic fortress that had attacked the Delight province was exactly the same as the one that had appeared in the Ice Pole province. The heavenly demon religion has actually come to the Ice Pole province? For a moment, Jianchen was both surprised and excited. He faintly sensed that the heavenly demon religion's divine temple seemed to have descended in the direction of the Hufeng clan. Has the heavenly demon religion come all the way here to start a war with the Hufeng clan? Jianchen guessed. The heavenly demon religion had descended on the Ice Pole province with such great fanfare, so it naturally attracted the attention of all the factions in the Ice Pole province. For a moment, the area where the heavenly demon religion's divine temple was located was filled with countless strands of consciousness. All the experts in the Ice Pole province were paying close attention, but no one stepped forward to interfere with the heavenly demon religion. Within the Tianhe clan, Jianchen could not help but become restless. He was tempted to leave the Tianhe clan immediately and head to the heavenly demon religion to see if he could contact Mo Tianyun through the heavenly demon religion. The Point Cloud Venerable of the 5-Point sect has come to visit the Tianhe clan at Ancestor Land's invitation. However, at this moment, an old voice rang out from outside. Jianchen's eyes narrowed when he heard the Point Cloud Venerable. He thought, the Point Cloud Venerable of the Star Brilliance Plane has actually come? Has Ancestor Lan invited the Point Cloud Venerable of the 5-Point sect? The Point Cloud Venerable has come from afar. Please come in. At the same time, Ancestor Lan's voice rang out from the 3 ancestral peaks. The protective formation around the Tianhe clan suddenly cracked open, and a wide path condensed from flying snow appeared in the sky. It stretched across the surroundings. This was a welcoming ceremony of the Tianhe clan. Only those who had reached a certain level of status could enjoy such treatment. Come to the flying snow peak immediately. Ancestor Lan's beautiful voice rang out in Jianchen's ears. Jianchen had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew towards the flying snow peak as quickly as he could. When he arrived at the flying snow peak, the Point Cloud Venerable had already arrived. He was with Ancestor Lan. Jianchen was familiar with the name of the Point Cloud Venerable. Back on the Star Brilliance Plane, he and Kea had been hunted down by the Elder of Mountains and Seas. They had been trapped in the heaven-obscuring barrier of floating water. In the end, it was the Point Cloud Venerable who secretly interfered and destroyed the barrier. Afterwards, when he went to the Aqua Plane to destroy the Gloom Water sect, it was all thanks to the Point Cloud Venerable's secret assistance that nothing unexpected happened when he destroyed the Gloom Water sect. Otherwise, once the other peak organizations above the Gloom Water sect interfered or stopped him, he would not have been able to destroy the Gloom Water sect so smoothly. However, he also understood that although the Point Cloud Venerable had assisted him in the past, Kaya's death was related to the Point Cloud Venerable to a certain extent. As a result, Jianchen always felt conflicted when he faced someone as important as the Point Cloud Venerable. Arriving on the flying snow peak, Jianchen finally saw the Point Cloud Venerable. This was the first time he had seen the Point Cloud Venerable in person. The Point Cloud Venerable seemed like a very ordinary old man. He wore white robes and his face was ruddy. He was brimming with vigor. Only his ancient eyes were as deep as the universe. Ancestor Lan, may I ask who this is? As soon as Jianchen appeared, the Point Cloud Venerable could not help but look at Jianchen. He stared at Jianchen's unfamiliar face and sensed his unfamiliar presence. He immediately felt rather doubtful inside. This was because his heart skipped a beat as soon as Jianchen appeared. He had a vague feeling that he had seen this person somewhere before. He's just a junior. There's no need to worry about him, Point Cloud Venerable. There's no time to lose. Let's go over right now. Ancestor Lan did not introduce Jianchen. She casually dealt with the Point Cloud Venerable before communicating with Jianchen. The Point Cloud Venerable has grasped the laws of time and the laws of space. When the two laws are fused together, he possesses mysterious abilities. It's said that he can move through the river of time, visiting the past and the future. The entire world will become transparent in his eyes. Don't say anything. Don't mention a single word, just in case the Point Cloud Venerable uses his abilities to divine something. There are some things that you can't let the Point Cloud Venerable know. Ancestor Lan seemed to be worried, so she communicated with Jianchen. Jianchen understood. He acted like nothing was wrong, and after bowing to the Point Cloud Venerable as a junior, he stood behind Ancestor Lan silently. Ancestor Lan brought Jianchen and the Point Cloud Venerable to the space outside the Ice Goddess Hall again. However, as soon as he saw the Ice Goddess Hall submerged in the snowstorm, the Point Cloud Venerable's expression immediately became unnatural. Ancestor Lan, you want old man to find someone. Is the person you're looking for connected to that place? The Point Cloud Venerable asked rather stiffly. You're worrying too much, Venerable. If he really is connected to that place, how could the Ice Pole province be so peaceful? Ancestor Lan said as usual, urging the Point Cloud Venerable to hurry up. The Point Cloud Venerable was doubtful, but he still moved. Chapter 3054. The way of light was like a river, illusory and hazy. It hung in the air, passing through the past and the future. As the Point Cloud Venerable walked through the river of time, everything that happened in the world and everything that happened there constantly appeared in his head like the pages of a book. Naturally, this included the Chaotic Prime who had fished away Shui Yunlan. Even though the Chaotic Prime had completely concealed his presence and wiped away all his traces, and he had a Grand Prime behind him to protect him, such that even an expert like the Lan Ancestor could not find him at all, the Chaotic Prime had completely concealed his presence. However, the various methods they used to erase his traces might have rendered many Grand Primes powerless, but it was not enough to fool the Point Cloud Venerable. In terms of strength, in terms of cultivation and comprehension, the Point Cloud Venerable naturally paled in comparison to the Lan Ancestor. However, in terms of ability to peer into things, the Point Cloud Venerable naturally possessed a unique advantage as he had grasped the laws of space and the laws of time. Heavy snow drifted through the sky as the Lan Ancestor hovered in the air silently. He was calm and indifferent. Jianchen stood behind the Lan Ancestor. He seemed extremely composed, but he was actually filled with unease inside. He had no idea whether the Point Cloud Venerable could successfully find the chaotic prime. I found it. Lawn Ancestor, the old man has projected the scene with his ability, said the Point Cloud Venerable. Very soon, the Point Cloud Venerable's voice rang out. When Jianchen heard that, it was like music from the heavens. Jianchen's heart that had always been in his throat immediately became excited. In the next moment, the river of time suddenly expanded, immediately enveloping Jianchen and the Lawn Ancestor. In Jianchen's eyes, the snowy world he resided in immediately became illusory. The sky was still the same sky, and the scenery was still the same. The only difference was that the world before Jianchen had already existed in the past. The world he saw right now was the world of the past, and the time he resided in was also the time of the past. Suddenly, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He saw the old man with the bamboo hat fly out of the Ice Goddess Hall. He moved extremely quickly, disappearing with a flash. He did not leave behind any presence or pulses of energy. It was as if he had never existed. However, Jianchen saw the direction the old man had left in this time. Afterwards, the scene began to rewind rapidly. Under the Point Cloud Venerable's control, the scene followed the old man the entire time, tracking his whereabouts. In the end, the scene stopped before a mountain range shrouded in cold mist. Afterwards, it gradually blurred before vanishing very soon. Immediately, the world cleared up again. Jianchen exited the space of time and returned to reality. The He-Feng clan, the Lawn Ancestor murmured. Blue light flickered in his eyes, which were chilling. The Point Cloud Venerable turned around and looked at the Lawn Ancestor bitterly. He said, "Lawn Ancestor, the person you want the old man to search for has extremely great implications. My tiny Point Cloud sect cannot endure the storms of the Ice Pole province, so this is all I can help you with." The Lawn Ancestor clasped his fist and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Point Cloud Venerable. Please leave the ingredients behind. Once the pill is refined, I will get someone to inform you to come collect it." The Point Cloud Venerable immediately rejoiced when he heard that. However, he seemed to think of something soon afterwards, and he smiled awkwardly. This, Lawn Ancestor, can you delay the matter of refining the pill for me? Originally, I'd gathered all the divine materials required to refine the divine pills a long time ago. However, a mishap occurred not too long ago, and it caused all the divine materials that I spent many years to gather with great difficulty to be destroyed. So, I still need some time to gather them once more. The Lawn Ancestor happily agreed to the Point Cloud Venerable's suggestion. Afterwards, he bid farewell to the Point Cloud Venerable and returned to the Tianhe clan with Jianchen. The Point Cloud Venerable did not stay for long either. He immediately left the Ice Pole Plain. The Point Cloud Venerable appeared in outer space of the Ice Pole province. He frowned slightly as he stared at the boundless continent floating in the vast space. He murmured, "Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with the person beside Ancestor Lawn? Should the old man calculate, forget it. He's just a chaotic prime at most. Someone like that isn't worthy of the old man's attention. However, the person the Lawn Ancestor wants the old man to find is involved in great karma. It's very risky. That person has gone to the Hufen clan. Perhaps it's related to the Hufen clan, but the Hufen clan is connected to a supreme expert like the Flame Reverend. Now, even the heavenly demon religion has been dragged into this conflict. Sigh. The old man can't be dragged into the huge whirlpool that is the Ice Pole Plain. I wonder if I've sowed a seed of trouble for the Huayun sect by coming to the Ice Pole Plain for the cauldron of pills. You want to leave the Tianhe clan? The Lawn Ancestor asked indifferently as he faced the cauldron in the alchemy room on the flying snow peak of the Tianhe clan. I need to go to the Hufen clan to save my good friend. Jianchen looked at the Lawn Ancestor's back with determination in his eyes. You must know who the person behind the Hufen clan is, so our Tianhe clan cannot help you with the matter of the Hufen clan. said the Lawn Ancestor. Of course I understand. I'm already extremely grateful that the Lawn Ancestor was able to get the Point Cloud Venerable to help me. I will deal with the matter of the Huffing clan. Jianchen clasped his fist. Very soon, Jianchen left the Tianhe clan. Ancestor Lan, who sat before the cauldron in the air, stared in the direction of the Huffing clan. He murmured, "The Huffing clan no longer has any Grand Primes." Who was the person who concealed the heavenly secrets and erased all traces? The great elder of the Moon God Hall, Yun Wufeng, sat in a restaurant by himself in a medium-sized city on the ice pole plain. He ordered a few dishes and a few jars of fine wine. As he drank, he stared at the people on the streets outside in a daze. He was filled with deep loneliness and desolation. At this moment, the empty chair before Yun Wufeng pulsed, and Jianchen, who was still disguised as the sixth elder, appeared silently. "Have you found the person you're looking for?" Yun Wufeng asked. Jianchen nodded. He stared at Yun Wufeng sternly and said, "Senior Yun, are you afraid of offending the Flame Reverend?" Yun Wufeng glanced at Jianchen deeply and said, "If the old man was afraid of offending the Flame Reverend, he wouldn't have been trapped in the Moon Burial Cave by Nan Patian. He wouldn't have dealt with Yu Wuguang and the others either. The Flame Reverend is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Everyone on the ice pole plain fears him, but not everyone is afraid of death." Chapter 3055. I've already found traces of the Chaotic Prime with the bamboo hat. "He's gone to the Huffing clan," said Jianchen. "The Huffing clan? That's the organization that ranks fourth on the ice pole plain. In the past, they were a towering tree that our Moon God Hall could only look up to. However, it's said that all the ancestors of the Huffing clan have died. The strongest people in the Huffing clan right now are just a few great elders who are chaotic primes. However, Old Man has already broken free from the shackles of the Moon God Hall. He's all alone now. He doesn't even fear offending the Flame Reverend, so why would he care about a mere Huffing clan? Let's go. Old Man will go with you to the Huffing clan," said Yun Wufeng. He was extremely carefree, as if he had already accepted life and death. He truly did not fear anything. So what if it was the Huffing clan? So what if it was the Flame Reverend? At most, he would just die. When a person accepted life and death and no longer feared death, or even prepared to die at any time, there would naturally be nothing in the world that could defeat them. Clearly, Yun Wufeng was in a similar state. Jianchen knew that the changes in the Moon God Hall had dealt quite a heavy blow to Yun Wufeng, but he did not console him. This was because no amount of consolation would work on something like this. He could only overcome it himself. Jianchen and Yun Wufeng immediately set off. With their speed as chaotic primes, they arrived at the Huffing clan very soon. However, an intense battle was currently taking place there. An extremely huge demonic fortress stood there, radiating with demonic aura. Cultivators who radiated with demonic aura flew out from the demonic fortress one after another. They formed a formation and rushed towards the Huffing clan. A powerful formation pulsed in the forest where the Huffing clan resided. Layer after layer of formations merged together, forming a powerful protective barrier to protect the Huffing clan. Outside the formations, the many experts of the heavenly demon religion and several powerful armies launched vicious attacks against the formations of the Huffing clan. Immediately, deafening booms rang out constantly. Violent ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, sinking the ground and destroying countless forests. Jianchen and Yun Wufeng concealed their presences and hid in the distant space carefully. They watched the battle from 100 kilometers away. Now, all the experts of the Huffing clan hid in the formations, while the experts of the heavenly demon religion attacked the formations violently. As they depleted the energy of the formations, they used various methods to get through them. The 4 balls of light in the sky were the most dazzling. A figure flickered in every single ball of light. Their presences were so powerful that they were all late chaotic primes. Jian Chen looked at the 4 balls of light in the sky and recognized them with a single glance. They were the Cloud Demon, Blood Demon, Wind Demon, and Blade Demon of the 5 war generals of the Empyrean Demon cult. Jianchen also saw the commander of the 7th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Yashi Lian, on the other side. Jianchen could not help but think back to the past when he was still in the Pingtian Empire. He sighed inside when he thought about the various matters that had happened between him and the commander of the 7th Army. In the past, when he encountered Yashi Lian for the first time, he did not even have the ability to flee. If it were not for Fairy Haoyue's timely assistance, the outcome would have been unthinkable. But now, he had become an expert who could kill chaotic primes. On the other hand, although Yashi Lian's strength had increased slightly compared to the past, she was still a divine king. Yashi Lian's appearance made Jianchen think of Fairy Haoyue involuntarily. He immediately became gloomy. The He-Feng clan is probably done for this time. The Heavenly Demon Religion seems to be attacking the formations of the He-Feng clan with their full strength, but it's only a method to divert their attention. A portion of the Heavenly Demon Religion has already silently cast down formations around the He-Feng clan, and these formations seem to be some kind of extremely powerful blood sacrificial demonic formation. Yun Wufeng stared at the battlefield sternly. As an outsider, he could tell the true intentions of the Heavenly Demon Religion with a single glance. It looks like the Heavenly Demon Religion isn't just trying to destroy the He-Feng clan. The protective formations of the He-Feng clan are nowhere near as powerful as they used to be. It's said that the formations of the He-Feng clan used to be able to block attacks from 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes, but now they can probably even get through 1st Heavenly Layer Grand Primes easily. Yun Wufeng sighed emotionally. Was the great organization that once ranked 4th on the ice pole plane about to be destroyed today? Afterwards, Yun Wufeng looked at Jianchen and said, "Sir, the Heavenly Demon Religion is attacking the He-Feng clan right now, so we probably can't take part. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Demon Religion treats us as part of the He-Feng clan, we won't have a good end. Some of the experts of the Heavenly Demon Religion are much more terrifying than you Wuguang." Jianchen said nothing. He stared at the Heavenly Demon Religion's camp, and the light in his eyes flickered. After a moment of silence he said, "Senior Yun, please keep an eye out for the hooded expert we saw in the Ice Goddess Hall that day. Once you discover his tracks, please keep him busy for me." "Where are you going?" Yun Wufeng stared at Jianchen in surprise. "I'm looking for reinforcements." With that, Jianchen flew off. He used the laws of space to hide himself as he silently approached the demonic castle. Very soon, he arrived before the demonic castle. However, his appearance and presence had changed once again. He had become one of the divine kings of the Heavenly Demon Religion. The entrance to the demonic castle was still wide open. Many cultivators poured out from inside. Jianchen used his identity as a cover to enter the Heavenly Demon Religion's demonic castle without any obstructions. Very soon, Jianchen arrived in a remote corner of the demonic castle and began to summon its artifact spirit. As a high-quality god artifact, the demonic castle naturally possessed an artifact spirit. However, after a while, Jianchen received no response at all. With no other choice, his presence immediately changed. As soon as his presence changed, a powerful pressure immediately descended. It enveloped Jianchen with a devastating demonic aura. The artifact spirit of the demonic castle immediately discovered an outsider who had snuck into the castle. "It's me. I'm on the same side. I want to see the Grand Elder." Jianchen immediately took out a medallion. The medallion gave off a dense demonic aura. The unique presence within it immediately caused the surrounding powers of the demonic castle to come to a halt. At the same time, on the highest floor of the demonic castle, a black-robed old man stood with his arms behind his back. There was a huge mirror before him, and the battlefield between the Heavenly Demon Religion and the Hufen clan was displayed in the mirror. The old man gave out orders one after another as he personally oversaw the battle. The old man was the Grand Elder of the heavenly demon religion, Qing Ming. Not only had he successfully reconstructed his body, but he had even become a Grand Prime. Suddenly, Qing Ming's face changed. He was surprised. Jianchen? Why is he here? Send him to the old man. With that, demonic aura pulsed around Qing Ming. Afterwards, Jianchen suddenly appeared. He had been sent over by the artifact spirit of the Divine Hall. Chapter 3056. Jianchen, what a coincidence! I never thought I'd be able to see you on the ice pole plane. The Grand Elder looked at Jianchen and smiled warmly. He was extremely amiable, without any of the arrogance of a Grand Prime. Congratulations on reforging your body, Grand Elder. You've reached new heights. Jianchen clasped his fist and congratulated from the bottom of his heart. Afterwards, he looked at the mirror hovering before Qing Ming and asked, Grand Elder, are you planning on wiping out the Hufen clan this time? The Grand Elder nodded. Master has sent me a message for me to continue collecting blood and soul bead. And this time, not only do Master need higher quality blood and soul beads, but time is extremely tight as well. If we want to refine high-quality blood and soul beads in a short amount of time, just collecting the essence blood and soul energy of a few godhood cultivators is nowhere near enough. We can only target a few large organizations. It just so happens that the Hufen clan of the Ice Pole Plane has fallen out with our religion, and they've lost their Grand Prime ancestor. They're no longer a great threat to our heavenly demon religion, so we've chosen them as our target. Qing Ming shifted his attention away from the battlefield. He stared at Jianchen with a profound gaze and said, Jianchen, you just happened to appear at a time like this. It must be related to the Hufen clan, right? Grand Elder's foresight is extraordinary. My visit this time is indeed related to the Hufen clan. Jianchen did not deny it. He paused before continuing, a friend of mine has been captured by an unknown chaotic prime. We've already discovered that the unknown chaotic prime has fled to the Hufen clan, so I hope the Grand Elder can help me find that chaotic prime. What's so difficult about that? Don't worry. As long as the chaotic prime you speak of is in the Hufen clan, it's impossible for him to escape. This is because our heavenly demon religion has already secretly cast down a spatial god artifact above the Hufen clan. This spatial god artifact was given to us by Master. Although it's not particularly powerful, it can seal up an entire region of space. Even many Grand Primes will struggle to escape from this space, let alone chaotic primes, the Grand Elder said solemnly. The Great Elder Qing Ming said confidently. He was already confident that he would win against the Hufen clan this time. Yes, the formation is about to be completed. Once the formation is complete, Blood Devil, Blade Devil, Wind Devil, and Cloud Devil will be able to instantly break through the Feng clan's formation. Qing Ming began to observe the battlefield. A faint smile appeared on his face. The protective formation of the Hufen clan in the past. If it's the formation of the past, we can only use the heaven-linking heavenly bridge. It's just a pity that the most powerful formation of the Hufen clan has already been destroyed by Master. With all of their Grand Primes dead, it's naturally impossible for them to repair the formation completely with just a group of chaotic primes. They can only carry out some simple repairs to the original formation so that it can stop first or second heavenly layer Grand Primes. It's just a pity that our heavenly demon religion has far too many methods to get through such a powerful formation. The Hufen clan has a few infinite primes and chaotic primes as well. Once we destroy the Hufen clan, we should be able to complete the mission Master gave us. At this moment, the formation cast down by countless members of the heavenly demon religion around the Hufen clan was finally complete. As the power of the formation began to operate, a demonic aura immediately surged into the sky, drowning out the entire region. At the same time, the demonic aura could cut off the senses of the soul. When the demonic aura permeated the surroundings, the powerful senses of the soul that crossed over from various regions of the ice pole plane were all stopped by the demonic aura. They were unable to pass through at all. At the same time, the four great battle generals, Cloud Demon, Blade Demon, Wind Demon, and Blood Demon, who were suspended in the sky, exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, they moved in unison. They formed a square formation and arrived at the front of the Hefone clan. With a wave of their hands, each of them took out a divine hall. The four divine halls were identical in appearance. They seemed like huge castles, and they were all high-quality god artifacts. The four generals each stood at the top of a demonic castle. As their energy surged into the demonic castle, the four demonic castles immediately began to radiate with endless black light. It devoured all the light in the surroundings. The vast amount of energy radiating from the demonic castles quickly condensed into a profound formation in the sky. At this moment, the Blade Demon took out a damaged halberd. The halberd was also a high-quality god artifact. However, the halberd's presence was extremely similar to the halberd of the Hefone clan. That's the Ancestor's Storm halberd. A chaotic prime great elder discovered the halberd through the protective formations of the Hefone clan. He could not help but cry out as undisguised sorrow filled his face. The broken halberd floated in the magic formation formed by the four magic fortresses. Under the effect of the magic formation, this broken halberd, whose spirit was already gone, suddenly let out a sky-shaking boom, then exploded in the sky. The energy that erupted from his self-detonation didn't spread in all directions. Instead, it was firmly trapped at the center of the formation formed by the four devilish fortresses. The Cloud Demon, Wind Demon, Blood Demon, and Blade Demon formed seals at the same time. In the end, they pointed at the Hefone clan below. With this wave of his finger, the monstrous energy trapped in the sky by the four demonic fortresses seemed to have found a vent. It turned into a pillar of energy that soared into the sky and headed straight for the Hefone family. Several dozen infinite primes and chaotic primes gathered together in the Hefone clan. They were all stern. Oh no! However, at this moment, a great elder cried out. Afterwards, they all saw a huge pillar of energy descend from the sky with a devastating presence. At that moment, the expressions of all the primordial realm experts gathered in the Hefone clan changed drastically. They were filled with fear. Boom! In the end, the surging energy from the explosion of the storm halberd struck the protective formation of the Hefone clan in a single moment without leaking out at all. The ground shook. The protective formation of the Hefone clan only lasted for a few seconds before collapsing. The pillar of energy from the explosion did not weaken at all. After piercing through the protective formation, it created a bottomless pit in the ground with devastating power. The powerful ripples of energy knocked away all the primordial realm experts in the surroundings. Many buildings collapsed. The Hefone family's protective array was instantly broken. Chapter 3057. Kill. Destroy the Hefone clan. First Army kill. Trample the Hefone clan. Roars immediately rang out from the surroundings of the Hefone clan. The figures of many members of the heavenly demon religion flickered within the demonic aura that blotted out the sky. Everyone began to encircle the Hefone clan from all directions as they roared out. The 9 armies of the heavenly demon religion moved out together. They stood in battle formations with great familiarity, combining their powers and erupting with powerful pulses of energy as they charged into the Hefone clan. In the sky there were many divine king realm experts flying in the sky, creating sonic booms. There were even primordial realm experts who shot through the air and entered the Hefone clan in a single instance. They began an intense battle against the primordial realm elders of the Hefone clan. Immediately, the countless members of the heavenly demon religion engaged in an intense battle with the Hefone clan. Energy surged in the surroundings as deafening booms constantly rang out. The Blood Demon, Blade Demon, Wind Demon, and Unmo all stowed away their demonic fortresses and engaged in an intense battle against the chaotic primes of the Hufen clan. However, the heavenly demon religion clearly paled in comparison to the Hufen clan in terms of chaotic primes. They only had 4 generals right now. On the other hand, the Hufen clan had over a dozen chaotic primes. They even had 2 9th heavenly layer chaotic primes. The Hufen clan possessed an absolute advantage in terms of chaotic primes. As a result, the 4 generals of the heavenly demon religion lost the upper hand as soon as they began to clash. They were surrounded and attacked by everyone. Heavenly demon religion, you chaotic primes are nowhere near enough if you want to destroy our Hufen clan. You'll have to pay an unbearable price if you want to destroy our Hufen clan. The chaotic primes of the Hufen clan all bellowed out furiously. Madness filled their eyes as well as surging hatred. The grand prime of their Hufen clan had been slain by the Empyrean demon lord. The decline of the Hufen clan was all due to the heavenly demon religion, so all of them hated the heavenly demon religion to the core. At this moment, a strange red mist suddenly spread out from the depths of the demonic chi. 3 huge skeletons walked out from the demonic chi, giving off a strong aura of death. The appearance of the 3 huge skeletons immediately caused the expressions of all the chaotic primes of the Hufen clan to change. They could sense a great threat from the 3 skeletons. This threat was so strong that it directly penetrated his soul. This is the heavenly demon religion's army of death. Be careful of the red mist, it can harm the primordial spirit. A supreme elder of the Hufen clan yelled. His gaze fell upon the red mist that surrounded the bloody skeleton, and his expression turned grave. At this moment, the 3 blood-red skeletons moved. They locked onto a chaotic prime great elder and swung their huge bone clubs towards him. Before the bone clubs had even arrived, the red mist around the blood-red skeletons had already swept out, enveloping the chaotic prime great elder in a single instance. The great elder immediately experienced a splitting headache. The attacks from the blood-red mist were very strange. Even though he was on guard, he was still affected, causing him to be momentarily distracted. In that split second of delay, the huge bone club of the blood-red skeleton had already smashed over with a terrifying force. With a bang, the great elder of the Hufen family was sent flying far away. He spat out blood incessantly, and nearly half of his body was destroyed. Chaotic fusion. At the same time, a few cries rang out from the battlefield of infinite primes. Immediately, a few simple formation scrolls hovered in the air. Every single formation scroll possessed extraordinary power, shining with dazzling light as powerful energy pulsed in the surroundings. These formation scrolls were one of the foundations of the heavenly demon religion. Every single formation scroll could fuse with the power of multiple infinite primes, fusing them together and unleashing the battle prowess of chaotic primes. The heavenly demon religion had very few chaotic primes, but they had many infinite primes. Now that some of the infinite primes possessed the battle prowess of chaotic primes through the formation scrolls, the difference between them and the chaotic primes of the Hufen clan was immediately reduced. With that, the number of infinite primes in the heavenly demon religion decreased by more than half. However, even with that being the case, the remaining infinite primes were still on par with the Hufen clan. This was because the Hufen clan only had 60 or 70 infinite primes at most, while the heavenly demon religion possessed over 200 infinite primes. The battle between the 2 organizations spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers. The entire mountain range where the Hufen clan was located was filled with battles. Monstrous ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, forming rays of apocalyptic light that quickly flattened the mountain range. The battle had not been going on for very long, and the ground had already become covered in corpses. Suddenly, a resplendent streak of light pierced through the sky. Blade Demon's blade fell, and a 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime of the Hufen clan was immediately beheaded. His body fell from the sky as blood dyed the sky red. However, as soon as the ninth heavenly layer Chaotic Prime's corpse landed on the ground, it rapidly shriveled up. All the blood in the corpse had been absorbed by the demonic formation cast down by the heavenly demon religion. A similar situation happened to all the cultivators who had died in battle. Regardless of their strength, all the blood in the bodies of any member of the Hifeng clan who died would be sucked away the moment they died. Furthermore, there were also wisps of soul power being absorbed by the devilish formation in the air above. Oh no, the Sacred Elder is dead. The Sacred Elder is dead, it's over. Even the Sacred Elder is dead. Our Hifeng clan is definitely going to lose this time. The death of a ninth heavenly layer Chaotic Prime was a huge blow to the Hifeng clan. There were already people who wanted to retreat, fleeing towards the outside. However, without any exception, all of them were stopped by an invisible spatial barrier. The space had already been sealed up, so no one could escape. Even if they used various secret techniques, it would be useless. A few miserable cries suddenly rang out. After the Blade Demon, the Cloud Demon, the Wind Demon, and the Blood Demon heavily injured the three late Chaotic Primes of the Hifeng clan with the help of the three blood-red skeletons. Just when the three of them were about to press the advantage and deal a fatal blow to the three of them, a message from the Grand Elder suddenly rang out in their heads. The light in their eyes flickered when they heard the Grand Elder's orders. They became slightly doubtful. The Grand Elder actually wants us to only injure them. I wonder what he's planning. Since the Grand Elder wants them alive for now, he obviously has other uses for them. Just follow his orders. The Grand Elder has never made a wrong decision. Chapter 3058. The three blood-red skeletons formed from the death army of the heavenly demon religion bore great results as well. They heavily injured many Chaotic Primes of the Hifeng clan one after another, dealing an extremely heavy blow to the clan. This was because the three blood-red skeletons were not living creatures. Instead, they were inanimate objects, a special existence. As a result, the various flaws that would normally appear on fighters, such as pain receptors, emotional reactions, mental reactions, and some weaknesses in the body or even the soul, did not exist on the blood-red skeletons. They did not have souls or bodies, so they could not feel pain, nor could they feel fear from the threat of death. The only belief they possessed was to charge forward and fight. At the same time, every single bone on the three blood-red skeletons was extremely tough, comparable to medium-quality god artifacts. As a result, many Chaotic Primes were unable to harm them too much. All they could do was leave behind imprints. They were living weapons of war. Even if powerful Chaotic Primes could deal some damage to the blood-red skeletons, they would struggle to affect the battle prowess of the blood-red skeletons. The three blood-red skeletons were already so difficult to deal with. Coupled with the red mist that could corrode the soul, they were like tigers that had grown wings. As a result, even though the three blood-red skeletons were not as powerful as late Chaotic Primes, the red mist on them was enough to threaten ninth heavenly layer Chaotic Primes. Not only did the four generals of the heavenly demon religion and the infinite primes who could unleash the battle prowess of Chaotic Primes completely overturn their disadvantage with the cooperation of the three blood-red skeletons, but they even gradually gained the upper hand. Great elders of the Hifeng clan were heavily injured one after another. Moreover, under the envelopment of the formation, the region had completely become the main battlefield of the heavenly demon religion. Only endless demonic aura permeated the surroundings. Under such an environment, the people of the heavenly demon religion could constantly recover their energy. On the other hand, not only was the Hifeng clan unable to absorb the demonic chi here, but the origin energy that they could absorb had been completely cut off by the demonic formation. As a result, they could only use a limited amount of pills to recover during the intense battle. The Hifeng clan completely lost the upper hand in the Battle of Primordial Realm Expert. As for those below the Primordial Realm, they suffered a crushing defeat. They were forced into constant retreat by the 9 armies of the heavenly demon religion. They were basically powerless to fight back. Every single one of the 9 armies of the heavenly demon religion had gone through hundreds of battles. They had left behind traces of their glorious battles on the various continents of the saints' world, and every single member of each army was proficient in the various changes of battle formations. In addition, in large-scale battles, the 9 legions of the heavenly demon religion never fought alone. They were all formed by dozens or hundreds of people in various battle formations of different sizes. If it was necessary, even an entire legion could form a powerful killing formation with shocking might in the span of a breath. The efficiency was so high that it was truly breathtaking. As for the He-Fong clan, although they had used formations against their enemies a few times, that was only on a small scale. It was nowhere close to the scale of the heavenly demon religion. Most of them were doing things their own way, fighting hard on their own. Between the heavenly demon religion and the He-Fong clan, one side was a regular army that possessed rich battle experience, profound battle concepts, and a great grasp of teamwork. On the other side, most of them were sheltered flowers. They were basically disciples of large clans who had never experienced battles of life and death. In one-on-one battles, the members of the He-Fong clan naturally possessed considerable battle prowess. After all, they came from a peak clan, so their cultivation methods and secret techniques were all extraordinary. However, once they faced a group, the He-Fong clan was like a pile of loose sand. Do the heavens really want my He-Fong clan to die? Within the demonic aura, a great elder of the He-Fong clan spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he hovered in the air. He looked at the battlefield below with a miserable gaze. His expression was one of grief and despair. In his eyes, the various battle formations formed by the 9 legions of the heavenly demon religion were like meat grinders. They rampaged through the crowd, leaving behind a ground full of blood and corpses wherever they went. The dead clansmen were all disciples of the He-Fong clan. He could clearly see the 9 legions of the heavenly demon religion with a single glance. All of them advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. They had both offensive and defensive capabilities. They had no weaknesses. On the other hand, the thousands of clansmen of the He-Fong clan were in a state of chaos. There were even frequent instances where they were injured by their own clansmen. At this moment, another 2 great elders of the He-Fong clan were heavily injured. They spat out a mist of blood as their bodies heavily smashed into the ground. Why, you're so despicable. You actually launched a sneak attack. One of the great elders looked at Cloud Demon reluctantly as he said resentfully. Cloud Demon said nothing. Instead, he immediately worked together with Blade Demon, launching vicious attacks against the last remaining 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime of the He-Fong clan. Wind Demon and Blood Demon provided cover as much as they could. The 4 of them worked together extremely well. They moved through the battlefield with great ease, switching opponents with great familiarity according to the situation. They even worked with the 3 blood-red skeletons to launch startling attacks from time to time. As their peak battle prowess rapidly decreased, the He-Fong clan became more and more exhausted from the ferocious attacks of the Empyrean demon cult. Faced with nowhere to run, the desperate primordial realm experts gradually showed madness in their eyes. Since defeat is inevitable, even if that old man dies, he'll drag you down with him. A chaotic prime great elder laughed bitterly. The energy within him surged violently as he charged towards the 4 generals. He wants to blow himself up. Be careful, Blood Demon called out. He immediately became stern. The self-destruction of a chaotic prime was nothing to be underestimated. Even they did not dare to be careless. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure appeared. A huge hand condensed from surging demonic aura descended from the sky, smashing the chaotic prime great elder who was about to blow himself up into the ground. At the same time, it stopped him from blowing himself up. 2 figures appeared silently in the sky. They were one old and one young. The old man was naturally the grand elder of the heavenly demon religion, Qing Ming. He gave off the powerful presence of a grand prime. As for the young man beside Qingming, he was completely unfamiliar. None of the upper echelon of the heavenly demon religion, including the 4 generals, had seen him before. He was naturally Jianchen. However, he had changed his appearance, hiding his true identity deeply. Chapter 3059. End the battle quickly. Don't let it drag on for too long, said the Grand Elder. Before the army of the heavenly demon religion and the various experts, Qingming no longer treated Jianchen kindly and amiably. Instead, he became dignified. His old and vigorous voice was filled with an unquestionable command. This feeling was as if a high and mighty king was commanding the world. The 4 generals and the many primordial realm experts of the heavenly demon religion were not surprised at all. Instead, they acted like it was only natural. This was because the Grand Elder did indeed possess supreme authority in the heavenly demon religion. Basically, everything within the heavenly demon religion was decided by the Grand Elder. As for the Empyrean Demon Lord, not only was he a legendary figure in the saints' world, but he rarely showed himself. Even in the heavenly demon religion, he was elusive. His existence was more like a pillar of support for the heavenly demon religion, a pillar that kept Poseidon in place. Yes, Grand Elder. The commanders of the 9 armies all responded loudly in the various regions of the Hufeng clan. All the infinite primes agreed as well. In the next moment, they no longer held back and struck out with their full strength. Don't kill the great elders of the Hufeng clan in a hurry. Keep them alive for now and lock them up in the Empyrean demon prison. Qingming continued. As soon as he finished speaking, a 10-meter-wide metal cage fell from the sky, smashing heavily into a mountain. The metal cage did not seem large, but it was unbelievably heavy. Not only did it completely destroy the mountain when it landed, but the entire ground shook as well. Demonic aura surged within the cage. It seemed to be a world of its own, filled with chaos as far as the eye could see. The hearts of the 4 generals of the heavenly demon religion all shuddered when they heard about the Empyrean demon prison. Surprise filled their eyes. The Empyrean demon prison was something left behind by a great elder. It was an extremely powerful high-quality god artifact specially used to imprison grand primes. Now that he had actually used a treasure on the level of the demonic prison to imprison a group of chaotic primes, it felt like overkill. The 4 generals did not say anything else. Since the Grand Elder had even taken out the demonic prison, they realized just how important the chaotic primes of the Hefeng clan were to the Grand Elder. At this moment, the Grand Elder struck out again. A demonic palm appeared, directly crushing down on the last 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime of the Hefeng clan. As a Grand Prime, he could destroy the world with a raise of his hand. Even a casual strike possessed earth-shaking power. He suppressed the expert from the Feng clan in a single instance before tossing him into the demonic prison casually. After that, the first elder stopped attacking. Instead, he hovered in the air and observed the entire situation. However, the Hefeng clan had lost another 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime, so the difference in strength between them and the heavenly demon religion grew larger and larger. At the same time, a white-haired old man strode through outer space in the vast cosmos beyond the ice pole plain. He could cross worlds with each step, and the stars around him constantly changed with his footsteps. It's been over 100,000 years since I left the clan. I wonder if there's been any outstanding juniors in the clan. There's also the Sky Crane clan. I wonder if they've been trampled by us. In the current ice pole state, we and the Feng clan should be ranked 3rd, right? However, once the old man returns, we won't be ranked 3rd anymore. Instead, we'll be ranked 2nd. Looking at the expanding ice pole province in the void ahead, the old man's face gradually brimmed with an excited smile. His emotions were surging and he found it difficult to calm down. Over 100,000 years ago, he had left the Hefeng clan as a 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime. He traveled to outer space in search of an opportunity to break through. Now, he had returned to the clan as a first heavenly layer Grand Prime. It was a glorious return to his homeland. He also understood that his return would definitely cause the strength of the Hefeng clan to increase drastically. Their status on the ice pole plane would rise as well, becoming the second greatest organization, only second to the Snow Sect. It's been at least 1,000,000 years since the rankings of organizations on the ice pole plane have changed much. Now that the old man has set foot on the ice pole plane, the rankings should change. The old man smiled as he stared at the ice pole plane that grew closer and closer. He was filled with eagerness and pride. However, as soon as he arrived in outer space beyond the ice pole plane, he seemed to sense something. His face immediately changed, and he became furious. He bellowed out, and his speed suddenly exploded. He charged towards the Hefeng clan with the tremendous pressure of a Grand Prime. Heavenly demon religion, you dare to attack our Hefeng family? How dare you? His voice came from the void outside the Ice Pole province, forming a powerful sound wave that covered the entire Ice Pole province. When his voice reached the ears of the many great forces in the Ice Pole province, the expressions on the faces of the top brass of these great forces immediately changed. It was needless to say how disgusted they were. The Empyrean demon lord seemed to have slain all the Grand Primes of the Feng clan. None of them remained. It's Grand Elder Wu, it's actually Old Wu. Damn it, he disappeared for more than 100,000 years. Why did he suddenly return at this time? Old Man Wu has actually broken through. Sigh, even if Old Man Wu breaks through to Grand Prime, he won't be able to change anything. Old Wu, hurry up and leave this place. Don't come back. Cries rang out from the Hefeng clan as well. If it were any other time, the addition of a Grand Prime to the clan would definitely be enough to shake up the entire plane, but now all the great elders of the clan could only feel sorrow. With the current situation of the Hefeng clan, so what if they had a Grand Prime? He could only be like a sheep entering a tiger's den, seeking his own death. The Feng clan actually has a new Grand Prime. That's fine too. I'll use him to test the secret techniques Master passed on to me. At the same time, the great elder of the heavenly demon religion raised his head to look at the sky. Soon after, he tossed a token filled with demonic aura to Jianchen, saying, "Jianchen, this old one is going to leave for a while. This is my identity token. Take it, and no one from the heavenly demon religion will dare attack you. Moreover, apart from the 4 of them, everyone else is under your command." After hurriedly giving instructions, Ching Ming's body swept up monstrous devil chi and rushed into the void beyond the heavens. Immediately, the 2 Grand Primes engaged in an intense battle in outer space. Jianchen looked at the intense battle in outer space. He wanted to use the profound sword chi to assist the Grand Elder, but after thinking about it, he gave up in the end. There were no formations in outer space, so it was impossible to block out the senses of the soul. The battle between the Grand Elder and the new Grand Prime of the Hefeng clan would definitely raise the attention of all the experts on the Ice Pole plane. If he used the profound sword chi here, he could not guarantee that he would not be recognized. However, it was different in the Hefeng clan. With demonic formations, the senses of the soul could not enter. The chances of a few chaotic primes recognizing the profound sword chi was extremely slim. Compared to outer space, the matters in the Hefeng clan were clearly much more discreet. With the Grand Elder's token, Jianchen moved through the army of the heavenly demon religion without any obstructions. He directly flew out of the battlefield and found Yun Wufeng in a distant mountain range. "Senior Yun, let's go. Kill the enemy with me." Jianchen called Yun Wufeng and directly rushed to the Hefeng clan. With Yun Wufeng's strength as a 6th heavenly layer chaotic prime, the battle would come to an end even sooner if he took part. The battlefield of the heavenly demon religion is up ahead. It'll be inappropriate for us to barge in recklessly. It'll be very easy for misunderstandings to arise. Yun Wufeng felt uncertain. "Don't worry, Senior Yun. I've already reached an agreement with the heavenly demon religion. We're on the same side as the heavenly demon religion now, Jianchen vowed. Chapter 3060. You were able to reach an agreement with the heavenly demon religion? Hearing that, Yun Wufeng was secretly surprised. Not only was this person who claimed to be Little Yu Er's friend related to the Tianhe clan, but he was able to get the great elder of the Tianhe clan to personally escort the God Pill with a single message. Now, in such a short period of time, they had reached an agreement with the heavenly demon religion. This was truly unbelievable. For a moment, Jianchen's identity became even more mysterious and unfathomable in Yun Wufeng's eyes. Although he still did not know Jianchen's true identity, Yun Wufeng did not ask. Ever since he saw Jianchen change his appearance several times, he understood that Jianchen was trying his best to hide his identity. He did not want others to know. Having lived for so long, he naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. The two of them traveled at lightning speed. In a few flashes, they had already entered the battlefield between the heavenly demon religion and the Hufeng clan. Their figures were instantly engulfed by the monstrous demon qi. However, as soon as he entered the range of the demonic qi, Yun Wufeng immediately felt uncomfortable. The demonic qi seemed to be able to divide the world, isolating the region from the saint's world. Not only was he unable to sense any origin energy within the demonic qi, but even the strength he could unleash was affected as well. Under such an environment, I'm already unable to fight while absorbing the quintessence energy of the heavens and the earth. If I want to recover my exhausted cultivation, I'll probably have to consume medicinal pills and rely on divine crystals. Yun Wufeng looked at the battlefield and sighed. The environment is so unfavorable for the Hufeng clan. The Hufeng clan will definitely lose this time. There's also the 9 armies of the heavenly demon religion. Is there any organization in the saints' world that can contend against such a powerful army? At this moment, the primordial realm experts of the heavenly demon religion discovered Jianchen and Yun Wufeng's intrusion. Immediately, they worked together to surround them. We're on the same side. Jianchen called out and immediately took out the black medallion Qing Ming had given him. When the infinite primes saw the medallion, their eyes narrowed. They were extremely surprised. As infinite primes, they were naturally members of the upper echelon of the heavenly demon religion. They would be vice leaders in any branch, so they knew extremely well what the medallion represented. This was the identity medallion of the great elder of the heavenly demon religion. Seeing the medallion was the same as seeing the person. Those who held this medallion had the same authority as the great elder. They could command any power in the heavenly demon religion. Even the deputy palace masters like them had to listen to the orders of the headmaster. The hearts of the infinite primes churned. They had followed the grand elder for many years, but they had never seen the grand elder give the medallion to a second person. He had always been with the grand elder. However, now that they had seen the medallion in Jianchen's hands, they immediately began to think. As a result, the infinite primes of the heavenly demon religion immediately concealed their presences. They no longer seemed as murderous as before. They all bowed towards Jianchen and clasped their fists. They said politely with mixed feelings, "May I ask what your orders are, sir?" Jianchen had changed his appearance, so the infinite primes of the heavenly demon religion naturally did not recognize Jianchen. As a result, they could only refer to him as Sir. "If there are no other orders, then continue your battle," Jianchen said indifferently. He stared at one of the infinite primes, and his heart immediately rippled. He knew this infinite primes. He was one of the 8 elders of the heavenly demon religion, the Fox Saint Elder. At the same time, he was the master of Yaxilian, the commander of the 7th army of the heavenly demon religion. In the past, the Fox Saint Elder was a supreme existence in his eyes. Just her name alone was enough to shock the entire Pingtian Empire. However, now that he had become an expert on par with chaotic primes, the Fox Saint Elder's cultivation as an infinite prime clearly did not hold much weight in his eyes. Even though she was a late infinite prime. Yes, sir. Including the Fox Saint Elder, the members of the upper echelon of the heavenly demon religion bowed towards Jianchen again. Afterwards, they turned around and joined the battle, engaging in an intense battle against the infinite primes of the Hufeng family. Yun Wufeng, who stood beside Jianchen, felt his heart churn when he personally witnessed how respectful the infinite primes of the heavenly demon religion acted towards Jianchen. If Jianchen had only reached some sort of agreement with the heavenly demon religion before, he would have only been slightly surprised. However, now that he looked at it, it was not an agreement at all. The respect the infinite primes of the heavenly demon religion displayed towards Jianchen was clearly the reaction of a subordinate towards a superior. Yun Wufeng looked at Jianchen in fright because he really did have an urge to ask Jianchen about his identity. Jianchen naturally sensed Yun Wufeng's strange gaze. He did not say anything, directly joining the battle between chaotic primes with Yun Wufeng. Immediately, 4 powerful senses of the soul gathered over, attracting the attention of the 4 generals. However, after Jianchen flashed his medallion, the senses of the 4 generals retreated silently. At this moment, the 4 generals fought against the many chaotic primes of the Hufeng clan under the cooperation of the blood-red skeleton. Their battle caused the ground to collapse, the sun and moon to dim, and the mountains and rivers to be destroyed. The people who could take part in the battle between the 4 generals were all at the 5th heavenly layer of chaotic primes or above. Senior Yun, let's do it. Same as before, I'll damage their souls, and you'll be responsible for the main attacks. Remember, we have to keep them alive. Don't kill them. Jianchen locked onto a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime of the Hufeng clan and said to Yun Wufeng through a communication technique sternly. Don't worry. He's a 7th heavenly layer expert after all. Killing him won't be that easy with my strength at the 6th heavenly layer, said Yun Wufeng before immediately using a god-tier battle skill unique to the Moon God Hall. Immediately, with the tremendous might of the world, a huge, round moon formed above Yun Wufeng's head. It directly smashed towards the 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime of the Hufeng clan. When the god-tier battle skill landed, Jianchen's profound sword chi shot out at the same time. It immediately heavily injured the 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime of the Hufeng clan, causing the protective energy around him to collapse. He was completely defenseless. Boom! With a great rumble, Yun Wufeng's god-tier battle skill directly shattered the 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime of the Hufeng clan. He was blown away while vomiting blood. He was haggard. Chapter 3061. In an instant, the Hufeng clan lost another late chaotic prime. The Hufeng clan was already exhausted from fending off the attacks of the heavenly demon religion. They were already on the verge of collapsing. Now that they had lost another 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime, it immediately dealt an extremely heavy blow to the few remaining peak forces of the Hufeng clan. Without the late chaotic prime keeping them busy, the 4 generals of the heavenly demon religion could finally free themselves up. They began to deal with the early chaotic primes of the Hufeng clan. With the strength of the 4 generals, the strongest among them were only at the 3rd heavenly layer, so they naturally crushed them. Without much effort, they sent the early chaotic primes of the Hufeng clan into the demonic prison one after another. Without a doubt, the addition of Jianchen and Yun Wufeng sped up the destruction of the Hufeng clan. The battle on the ground no longer had any suspense, but the battle between the Grand Primes in outer space was extraordinarily intense. The battle between the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Qing Ming, and Wu Zhu, who had just become a Grand Prime of the Hufeng clan, had already reached its climax. Both sides fought as hard as they could. The surging energies of Grand Primes constantly collided, producing endless booms. Around the 2 of them, the space around them had already turned into darkness. As it continued to shatter and repair, a devastating storm of energy spread far and wide. Not only did it frighten all the cultivators in the Ice Pole province, but it also spread to the depths of the starry sky. Even from extremely far away, they could sense the violent collision between the two laws of the world. Although the two of them were first heavenly layer Grand Primes, they were still Grand Primes after all. Their comprehension of the laws of the world had reached an extremely deep level. If they truly fought without holding back, they were completely capable of causing a disaster on any plane. As Wu Zhu of the Hufeng clan fought against Qing Ming, he also paid close attention to the battle below. Although the senses of his soul could not enter the demonic formation, he could sense the presences of the chaotic primes of his clan vanishing one by one through a secret technique of the Hufeng clan. This immediately infuriated him. Heavenly demon religion, you bunch of crooked demons! Old man will rip you to shreds! Wu Zhu was furious. With a deafening roar, the energy on him surged. The powerful might of the world suddenly descended, and he immediately used a God-tier battle skill. A God-tier battle skill used by a Grand Prime was unimaginably powerful. It was on a completely different level from chaotic primes. As soon as the terrifying energy from the God-tier battle skill condensed, the surrounding space, like a mirror, it began to shatter. 9 godly arts, space-splitting fingers. The Grand Elder did not become careless at all against Wu Zhu's God-tier battle skill. He used the secret technique his master had passed on to him without any hesitation at all. His right hand turned into a claw and shone with extremely bright light. He directly swung it at the space before him. Almost at the same time, Qing Ming's secret technique collided with Wu Zhu's God-tier battle skill. With a great boom, Wu Zhu's God-tier battle skill was actually unable to withstand a single blow. It was ripped apart easily by Qing Ming's claw. Afterwards, Qing Ming's secret technique did not weaken at all. The 5 streaks of light from his 5 fingers directly struck Wu Zhu's body. Spurt! 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 The 5 streaks of light were like 5 sharp blades. Wu Zhu's body was unable to resist at all. He was immediately cut into 6 pieces. Wu Zhu paled in fright. Having lost his body, his battle prowess had basically been reduced to 0. Without any hesitation, he immediately controlled his head that was still intact to flee into the distance. If a Grand Prime fled as quickly as he could, experts of the same level would struggle to catch up to him. Unfortunately, he encountered the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Qing Ming. Qing Ming seemed to have already predicted Wu Zhu's actions. He sneered and immediately formed a seal, extending a finger towards Wu Zhu. 9 godly arts, heaven and earth seal. Immediately, the space around Wu Zhu froze. It seemed to have become a tough cage, trapping him firmly. With that, Wu Zhu immediately became frantic. He bellowed out in frustration and began to burn the power of his soul. He charged out wildly as if he wanted to break free. Your God-tier battle skill is far too weak compared to Master's 9 godly arts. You overestimate yourself by trying to escape from Master's 9 godly arts, the Grand Elder sneered. Great Elder Qing Ming sneered. In the next moment, the Sky Devil prison, which was originally placed in the Hufeng clan, suddenly appeared out of thin air and sucked in Wu Zhu's head. Even the other 5 severed limbs were not left behind. He's a first heavenly layer Grand Prime after all. Killing him like this is far too much of a pity. It's better to hand him over to Master and turn him into a purer soul of high quality. A purer soul refined from the soul of a Grand Prime. TSK, 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 that's an extremely rare item. The Grand Elder stowed the demonic prison away in satisfaction before returning to the Hefeng clan with a flash. Although the battle between the Grand Primes had ended and the Grand Elder had vanished into outer space, the owners of the powerful senses of the soul that had spread over from the ice pole plane struggled to remain calm. They were all greatly shaken. It's over? It's actually over so quickly? A first heavenly layer Grand Prime has died just like that? This is just far too shocking. Old Man thought it would be very difficult to determine the outcome of the battle, that it would take several decades or even centuries at the very least. I never thought it would end so quickly. The difference in battle prowess in the first half of the battle was indeed not very great. After all, they've both just become first heavenly layer Grand Primes. What truly decided the outcome was the secret technique the Grand Elder used at the end. That secret technique was extraordinary. It possessed unfathomable abilities. That's right. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Religion won so easily all because of his secret technique. The secret technique was just too powerful. Even a god-tier battle skill could not withstand it. With the Grand Elder's return, the battle between the Primordial Realm experts in the He-Fong clan came to an end very quickly. All the infinite primes in the clan were slain mercilessly without exception. As for the chaotic primes, apart from the 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime, who had been slain by the Blade Demon, all the remaining chaotic primes were locked up in the demonic prison after being heavily injured. The 4 generals of the Heavenly Demon Religion had suffered some injuries in this battle. None of the chaotic primes had died, while over 20 infinite primes had died. With the conclusion of the battle between the Primordial Realm experts, the terrifying ripples of energy in the Fong clan weakened drastically. At this moment, the 3 blood-red skeletons had vanished. All the Primordial Realm experts hovered in the air as they watched the battle between Godhood experts coldly. The 9 armies of the Heavenly Demon Religion continued to engage in an intense battle. Their opponents were the countless clansmen of the He-Fong clan. There were many Divine King experts among them. However, as Primordial Realm experts, they had no interest in participating in a battle between Godhood experts. Moreover, this was a very good opportunity to train the 9 armies of the Heavenly Demon Religion. At this moment, Jianshan stood beside the Grand Elder with Yun Wufeng. All the Primordial Realm experts of the Heavenly Demon Religion gathered there studied the two of them with curiosity and doubt. Even with Yun Wufeng's mental fortitude, he found it very unnatural to be stared at by so many people. After all, the people gathered there were all members of the upper echelon of the Heavenly Demon Religion. Just the infinite primes numbered over 200. Compared to the Heavenly Demon Religion, the Moon God Hall was nothing worth mentioning. Let alone the Moon God Hall, even the He-Fong clan that ranked 4th or even 2nd on the ice pole plane could be wiped out easily. Grand Elder, according to the current rate at which the blood beads and soul beads are condensed, we're nowhere near the requirements. If we want to reach the minimum requirements set by the Great Elder, none of the chaotic primes locked up in the demonic prison can be left alive, the Blade Demon said at this moment. Chapter 3062. Jianshan nodded. He got Yun Wufeng to wait outside the demonic formation before entering the demonic prison with the Grand Elder. Demonic clouds churned within the demonic prison. The demonic aura was so powerful that it could not be compared to the demonic formations outside. The space inside was a world of its own. Although it seemed like a tiny prison from the outside, the space inside was an extremely vast miniature world. The miniature world was divided into many independent spaces. Every single space was a completely sealed-up prison. Not only was it extraordinarily tough, but there was no energy at all. Moreover, the prison possessed a powerful suppressive force. The suppressive force came from a high-quality god artifact. Let alone chaotic primes, even grand primes would be suppressed like mortals if they were locked up in there. They would struggle to move. At this moment, the chaotic prime great elders of the He-Fong clan were separated and locked up in various prisons. With a flash, Jianshan silently appeared before one of the prisons under the Grand Elder's accompaniment. The person locked up in the prison was an 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime great elder. If you need to know anything, just ask. There really aren't a lot of people who can keep their secrets in the demonic prison, said the Grand Elder. At this moment, the person locked up in the prison opened his eyes. Even though he already knew that he would suffer a horrible fate, he remained extremely composed, as if he no longer cared about death. Do whatever you want. As for what you want to know from Old Man, I'd advise you to give up. Even if the Old Man dies here, even if he has to go through all the pain in the world, he won't say anything to you demons, said the 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime coldly. Jianshan completely ignored him. He glared at the person in the prison and said, 2 days ago, an infinite prime was captured in the Ice Goddess Hall. Was that you? The chaotic prime in the prison sat with his eyes closed like a meditating monk. He did not care about the matters of the outside world. Great Elder, didn't you say that in the Heavenly Devil prison, not many people can keep their secrets? Jianshan looked at the Great Elder beside him. The Grand Elder chuckled. Without saying anything, he immediately formed a seal with his hand. Immediately, the demonic aura in the prison surged. A few strands of black demonic aura that were clearly different from the others emerged. They were like vicious demons, constantly twisting and wriggling into the 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime's head. In the next moment, the chaotic prime's expression changed. But very soon, he seemed to suffer unbearable pain. All the muscles on his face twisted as he groaned deeply. This process lasted for over 10 breaths of time. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were no longer as clear as before. His eyes had become scarlet red, and there was a pain and madness that was difficult to describe with words. A portion of his chaotic emotions were mixed in as well. The Heavenly Devil prison left behind by Master isn't just for imprisoning people. It also has the ability to interfere with the minds of those imprisoned to a certain extent, allowing them to control the souls of those imprisoned. The Grand Elder smiled faintly. With the quality of the demonic prison as a high-quality god artifact, Grand Primes might be able to fend it off for a while. As for chaotic primes, there has never been a case of failure. Jianshan, keep asking. Afterwards, Jianshan repeated his question. This time, it went extremely smoothly. The 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime, locked up in the Heavenly Devil prison, answered Jianshan's question without any hesitation at all. The old man has already been in seclusion for several decades. He only emerged when the heavenly demon religion invaded. The old man knows nothing about everything that has happened in the past few decades. It's not him. Jianshan frowned slightly. He felt some pity, but he did not become dejected because the Hufen clan had a total of 3 8th heavenly layer chaotic primes. Afterwards, Jianshan and Cheng Ming immediately went to the next location and saw the second 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime of the Hufen clan. Afterwards, the Grand Elder used the same trick again, using the Heavenly Devil prison to control the soul and interrogate him. I entered a trial of life and death 100 years ago, working hard to break through to the 9th heavenly layer. I only emerged when the clan faced a crisis of life and death. It's not him either. Jianshan frowned even more. He had already interrogated 2 of the 3 8th heavenly layer chaotic primes of the Hufen clan. None of them were the hooded expert who had kidnapped Shui Yunlan. There's still the last 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime. Jianshan felt rather uneasy as he arrived at the final location with the Grand Elder. The old man has always been in seclusion, so he has never seen the person you speak of. This was the answer from the 3rd 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime. Now, the 3 great elders of the Hufen clan who met the requirements had all been interrogated, but the results made Jianshan pale. His heart felt empty as if he had lost his soul. Were the clues to track down Shui Yunlan severed just like that? Shui Yunlan's fate did not matter, but her safety was directly related to Changyang Mingyue's survival. In particular, after witnessing the Heavenly Devil prison's ability to control souls, Jianshan became even more worried. Perhaps the Heavenly Devil prison was the only one, but there was definitely more than one secret technique or strange evil technique that could control souls. Jianshan, perhaps the person you're looking for doesn't belong to the Hufen clan at all. Although I don't know the exact details, I believe that with the current strength of the Huffing clan, they definitely wouldn't dare to go to the Ice Goddess Hall to capture someone because the death of their Grand Prime has already made them too busy to fend for themselves," said the Grand Elder, Qing Ming. Jianquan's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. Suddenly, he realized that he had truly let his concerns get the better of him, causing him to misunderstand. Although the hooded expert had entered the Huffing clan before, did that really mean he was a member of the Huffing clan? Moreover, he suddenly thought of what the Lan ancestor had said before. There was a Grand Prime behind the hooded expert, helping him conceal the heavenly secrets and erase all traces, such that the Lan ancestor was unable to find anything. However, the Huffing clan no longer had a Grand Prime. Let's go interrogate the others. If the mysterious hooded person you speak of really did enter the Huffing clan, he definitely came into contact with the upper echelon of the clan. This is because the protective formations of the Huffing clan aren't something that chaotic primes can infiltrate. He obviously obtained permission to enter the Huffing clan, said the Grand Elder. As a result, Jianquan and the Grand Elder immediately began interrogating all the chaotic prime Great Elders locked up here. They started from the strongest to the weakest. The heavens did not disappoint the diligent. In the end, Jianquan finally learnt the identity of a sixth heavenly layer chaotic prime Great Elder after interrogating him. The expert you speak of is a Great Elder of the Snow Sect. He's known as the Evil Elder. The Evil Elder did come to our Huffing clan 2 days ago, but he only exchanged a few heavenly materials with us before leaving very soon. After learning the identity of the hooded expert, Jianquan was both excited and surprised. He was excited because he had finally found Shui Yunlan's whereabouts. However, what chilled him was that the hooded expert was actually from the Snow Sect. Chapter 3063. The Snow Sect. Why is it the Snow Sect? Why is the person with the bamboo hat the Great Elder of the Snow Sect, the one who took Shui Yunlan away? When the chaotic prime with the bamboo hat took Shui Yunlan away, a Grand Prime concealed the heavenly secrets for him and wiped away all traces. Looking at it now, the Grand Prime must be the ancestor of the Snow Sect. At that moment Jianquan's heart sank. His face became very ugly. He struggled to remain calm before the greatest organization on the Ice Pole Plain. After all, it was a colossal organization that was even more powerful than the Tianhe clan, the greatest on the Ice Pole Plain. What terrified him the most was that this colossal organization had already become like the Flame Reverend, targeting the Ice Goddess Hall or the Snow Goddess. This was something that could be clearly determined from how Shui Yunlan had been injured first before being forcefully taken away. When he heard that the mysterious expert Jianquan had found after so much effort was actually from the Snow Sect, the Grand Elder Qing Ming frowned. Clearly, he had realized the severity of the matter. Jianquan, let me go to the Snow Sect with you. Let's go find them, the Grand Elder said sternly. He knew just how special Jianquan's identity was. Not only was he someone his master valued, but Jianquan was also like family in Shaoling's heart. As for Shaoling, although she was not powerful, her status in his master's heart was like his own daughter. With these two relationships, Qing Ming would help Jianquan no matter what. Jianquan shook his head and sighed gently. Grand Elder, the Snow Sect won't admit to this because my friend who was taken away by them has an extremely special identity. Once the Snow Sect admits to this, even if they're the greatest organization on the Ice Pole Plain, they probably won't be able to bear the consequences. Jianquan sighed gently inside. The Snow Sect was not the Flame Reverend after all. The Flame Reverend was powerful himself, so there was no need for him to act secretively. As a native force of the extreme Ice Province, the Snow Sect did not dare to admit the Ice Goddess Hall when there were still many experts in the extreme Ice Province who viewed the Ice Goddess Hall as a supreme sacred land. Therefore, he could already predict that even if he and the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon religion went to the Snow Sect in person, the Snow Sect would deny it. The First Elder didn't say anything, but his eyes darkened. Faintly, he seemed to have thought of something. Alas, Master seems to be doing something very important during this period of time. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to free himself. Otherwise, if Master were to appear in person, the Snow Sect would be nothing to worry about. Qing Ming sighed softly, feeling powerless. Snow Sect. Jianchen engraved this sect in his mind, and his gaze turned sharp at this moment. After leaving the Heavenly Devil prison with Qing Ming, Jianchen immediately bid farewell to Qing Ming and left. The Heavenly Demon religion remained behind to clean up the battlefield and receive various resources from the Hufen clan. They also waited for the battle between gods to end. Jianchen found Yun Wufeng nearby. As soon as the two of them met, Yun Wufeng asked, "How was it? Did you find out who that person was?" Jianchen nodded slowly and said with a sunken face, "I found him. His background is quite impressive. However, they've captured my friend, so no matter how great his background is, I have a way to make them release her obediently." Jianchen's voice was cold. After all, this matter concerned the life and death of his second sister. As a result, he needed to save her no matter the price. "Senior Yun, thank you for your assistance this time. I need to find a way to save her, so I'll be going first." Jianchen clasped his fist towards Yun Wufeng. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. With a thought, he immediately released the soul of the sixth elder of the Moon God Hall. "Ah, Senior, you're finally willing to let me out. May I ask, Senior, how was my performance in the Moon God Hall? Is Senior satisfied?" As soon as the sixth elder's soul appeared, he immediately put on a fawning expression. He bowed and spoke to Jianchen in an extremely subservient manner. Jianchen did not even look at the sixth elder's soul. He said to Yun Wufeng, "Senior Yun, this is an elder of your Moon God Hall. I'll leave him to you." "Ah, great elder!" Only now did the sixth elder discover Yun Wufeng behind him. His illusionary face immediately changed, becoming filled with shock and fear. "Senior, don't. Senior, you can't leave me to the great elder. Senior, you promised to let me go," the sixth elder begged bitterly. "I only promised that I wouldn't kill you. Aren't you still alive and well right now?" Jianchen said emotionlessly. He ignored the sixth elder's begging. After handing him to Yun Wufeng, he turned around and left. As for the sixth elder's fate, it was none of his concern. Supreme Elder, please spare my life." The sixth elder's primordial spirit knelt down in the void. Now, he no longer had the fearless spirit and courage he once had. He only wanted to live. On the other side, Jianchen arrived in a desolate, icy plain. He began to call for the wind venerable silently. The mastermind behind all of this was the Snow Sect. The best method that Jianchen could think of right now was to ask the Wind Venerable for help. This was because the Wind Venerable was a Grand Exalt. As long as he was in the Saint's world, he could descend anywhere in the Saint's world with a single thought. This was the power of Grand Exalt. To Jianchen, asking the Wind Venerable for help was without a doubt the best and fastest method right now. "I hope I won't disturb the Wind Venerable," Jianchen thought. If it were not for the fact that he was in a dire situation, he really did not want to disturb the Wind Venerable. However, after witnessing the special abilities of the Sky Devil Prison, he did not want to waste any more time. Jianchen constantly called for the Wind Venerable. This was not the first time he had heard about the Grand Exalt's heaven-defying abilities. As long as he chanted his name, the Grand Exalt would be able to sense him even from the ends of the world. Time passed silently. Jianchen did not receive a response as he constantly chanted the name of the Wind Venerable. He immediately became uneasy. Has the Wind Venerable reached a crucial moment and sealed off all his senses? Jianchen's face changed. However, he still tried for half a day without giving up. After failing to obtain anything, he was forced to give up on the idea of calling for the Wind Venerable. With a flash, he immediately left, hurrying to the Tianhe clan as quickly as he could. In the end, he saw the Lan ancestor on the flying snow peak. Ancestor Lan continued to refine god-tier pills where she was before. With her back to Jianchen, she said without even looking back, "Looking at how worried you are, not only do you know that person's identity, but you also know how great the organization behind him is." Jianchen nodded and said politely, "Ancestor Lan is right. The organization behind that person is indeed very powerful. He's a great elder of the Snow Sect, the Heretic King." "The Snow Sect? It really is them," the Lan ancestor murmured. She did not seem to be surprised by this outcome. Chapter 3064. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He did not answer the Lan ancestor. Instead, he asked with some surprise, "Ancestor Lan, you've already guessed that the Snow Sect is behind this? Although the ice pole plane is very large, there are only a few people with that ability." "It's not difficult to guess," the Lan ancestor said indifferently. Her voice was clear and melodious. It was extremely pleasant to the ear. Jianchen agreed with that. After all, the Lan ancestor had said that the person covering up the tracks for the Xia Elder was a mid-Grand Prime at the very least. In other words, they were 4th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes or higher. Although there were many Grand Primes on the Ice Pole Plane, most of them were early Grand Primes. Naturally, there were only a handful of mid-Grand Primes. "Ancestor Lan, can you tell me about the strength of the Snow Sect?" Jianchen asked. "The Snow Sect has 4 Grand Primes. 2 of them are 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes, 1 is 4th Heavenly Layer, and 1 is 3rd Heavenly Layer." The Lan ancestor told Jianchen about the strength of the Snow Sect without any hesitation. Jianchen could not help but gasp when he heard that. Although he knew that the Snow Sect was very powerful, he had never expected them to be so powerful. They had 2 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes. In the past few years, Jianchen had come into contact with many Grand Primes in the Saints' world, but most of them were early Grand Primes. There were not many mid-Grand Primes, let alone 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes. He deeply understood what a 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime represented. Every single one of them was a renowned figure in the Saints' world. Their deterrence was not limited to a single plane or planet. Even in the vast cosmos of the Saints' world, they possessed a place of their own. However, what the Lan ancestor said next chilled Jianchen's heart. The 2 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes aren't the most terrifying aspect of the Snow Sect. The most terrifying aspect of the Snow Sect is one of the 2 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes, Ancestor Bing Yun. 10,000 years ago, Ancestor Bing Yun of the Snow Sect once fought against a 7th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime. Although Ancestor Bing Yun was defeated in that battle, she was able to escape unscathed just by relying on her own strength. Ancestor Bing Yun is already able to contend against a 7th Heavenly Layer expert. At the mention of Ancestral Master Bing Yun, even with Ancestor Lan's cultivation, his expression was solemn. Jianchen's heart sank. Ancestor Bing Yun was actually so powerful. Did that not mean that she could actually be regarded as a 7th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime in the Snow Sect? The 7th Heavenly Layer of Grand Prime was late Grand Prime. There was an extremely huge difference between this level of cultivation and the 6th Heavenly Layer. For a moment, Jianchen's heart became particularly heavy. The Snow Sect possessed experts equivalent to 7th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes. Without the Wind Venerable taking action, just who among the experts he knew had the ability to save them? Without a doubt, the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing possessed this ability. However, he understood even more that the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing was already being righteous enough by not adding insult to injury under these circumstances. As for saving someone, that was even more impossible. This was because the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing and the Snow Goddess of the Ice Goddess Hall were more like enemies. Since they were enemies, why would she lend a hand? The main reason why Ancestor Bingyun is so powerful is because she was once chosen by the Ice Goddess Hall when she was still very weak. She served the Snow Goddess Hall for a period of time, but for some reason, she was expelled from the Ice Goddess Hall by the Snow Goddess Hall. Ancestor Lan sighed gently. She looked at Jianchen behind her and said, "Now that you know how powerful the Snow Sect is, do you still want to save your friend?" Even though Jianchen's face was stern, his determination did not waver at all. He nodded slowly and said sternly, "Yes, and I will do whatever it takes." Ancestor Lan smiled. Her smile was as beautiful as a painting in the sky. Even the most beautiful words in the world were far from enough to describe her stunning appearance at this moment. She looked at Jianchen. Her gaze was filled with many emotions. There was surprise, admiration, and faint disdain. "I really don't know where your confidence comes from. You're actually bold enough to save someone from the hands of a Grand Prime of the Snow Sect with your measly strength that hasn't even reached Chaotic Prime." He had no idea whether the Lan ancestor was praising him or mocking him, but what she said next shook Jianchen's heart. It was like a tidal wave had surged within him. "But I'm more curious about your relationship with the Snow Goddess." Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed to the size of needles. His heart skipped a beat, and even his breathing became rather ragged. Ancestor Lan's sudden question immediately surprised Jianchen, who was completely unprepared. The light in Jianchen's eyes flickered. Even though he had been caught off guard, he was not surprised at all when he thought about it carefully. He had learned far too much about the Ice Goddess Hall from the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall, so he had given himself away long ago. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and calmed down very soon. He looked at Ancestor Lan and said, "She's my sister." This time, it was Ancestor Lan's turn to be surprised. Even though her face did not change much, ripples flickered through her eyes, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Even though she had guessed that Jianchen was related to the Snow Goddess long ago, she had only thought of them as master and disciple, or as benefactors. She had never thought that Jianchen's relationship with the Snow Goddess would actually be so close. After all, the Snow Goddess was only second to Grand Exalts. Let alone on the Ice Pole Plain, even across the 49 Great Plains and 81 Great Planets of the Saints' World, the Snow Goddess was a figure who stood supreme. She was a great figure who could stir up a storm with just a stomp of her foot. With that, Ancestor Lan fell silent instead. She did not show anything on the surface, but she was not calm inside. The Snow Goddess' younger brother? The person standing before her was actually the Snow Goddess' younger brother? This news was truly earth-shattering to any expert in the Ice Pole state. Even though she knew that this so-called younger brother of hers had only appeared after the Snow Goddess had reincarnated, it was still shocking enough. The person the Snow Goddess sect took away was Shui Yunlan of the Ice Goddess Hall. Shui Yunlan is the only person who knows where my sister is. Now that she's in the hands of the Snow Goddess sect, their intentions are obvious. The Snow Goddess is in danger at all times. Ancestor Lan, since you already know the truth of the matter, I would like to know if your Sky Crane clan will choose to stand by and watch, or will you lend a hand? Since he had already made himself clear, Jianchen no longer tried to hide anything. He directly asked about the Tianhe clan's stance. Chapter 3065. Ancestor Lan said nothing. This time, she remained silent for a very long time. She seemed to be staring at the cauldron before her, but her thoughts had already drifted away. Fortunately, her attainments in pill refinement had already reached an extremely profound level. Otherwise, it would be extremely easy for her to fail if she became distracted during the refinement process. Jianchen did not say anything either. Instead, he stood behind Ancestor Lan and waited quietly. He also knew that this matter was of great importance to the Tianhe clan. If it was not handled properly, it would lead to great trouble for the Tianhe clan, or even a disaster. After all, they were going up against the Snow Sect. With how powerful the Snow Sect was, the Tianhe clan was definitely not their opponent. If they thought deeper, no one knew whether the Snow Sect's actions were their own or related to the Flame Reverend. If the Snow Sect sided with the Flame Reverend as well, it would be terrifying. For a moment, the room fell into a strange silence. Neither Jianchen nor Ancestor Lan said anything. Only the unique sound of the blue flames roaring resounded in the room. After a very long time, Ancestor Lan's voice rang out again. Do you know what it means for our Tianhe clan if we interfere in this matter? Ancestor Lan clearly had no intention of letting Jianchen answer. She continued, It's completely detrimental to our Tianhe clan. No matter what the outcome is in the end, our Tianhe clan will be in great trouble. Firstly, it's the Snow Sect. With the strength of our Tianhe clan, we have no chance of victory if we clash with the Snow Sect. If we lose this time, our Tianhe clan will definitely suffer great losses. We might even follow in the footsteps of the Hufen clan. Even if we emerge victorious in the end and successfully save Shui Yunlan, protecting where the Snow Goddess is hiding, our Tianhe clan will still be severely punished by the Snow Goddess in the end. Ancestor Lan sighed deeply when she reached there. She was filled with mixed feelings. You may be the Snow Goddess' younger brother, and you've probably spent a very long time with her reincarnation in the past. But you have to understand that before you regain your memories, Goddess Shui is not the real Goddess Shui. She is just another person. Ancestor Lan turned his head and stared at Jianchen with a complicated gaze. He slowly said, Therefore, you have no idea what kind of personality the real Snow Goddess has. However, I can tell you clearly that the real Goddess Shui and the sister in your heart are two completely different people. If our Tianhe clan interferes with the matters of the Snow Goddess without permission, both the Snow Goddess and the Ice Goddess will view it as a great challenge to their dignity. We will definitely be severely punished by the Ice Goddess and the Snow Goddess. Not to mention our Tianhe clan, I'm afraid that even your younger brother, who is considered the reincarnation of the Snow Goddess in name, would not be spared. When Jianchen heard Lan Zu's words, Jianchen felt very uncomfortable. He took a deep breath and said with a determined gaze, No matter what happens to my second sister in the future, and no matter how she looks at me in the future, none of this can stop me. Because in my heart, she will always be my second sister. She is one of the people closest to me. Even if I end up being consigned to eternal damnation, I will definitely save her. Senior Ancestor Lan, I also know that this is definitely not a good thing for the Tianhe clan. Since Ancestor Lan is unwilling to interfere, I won't force you. Farewell. Jianchen was very decisive. He turned around and walked out. However, his heart became extremely heavy. The Tianhe clan was unwilling to interfere due to their many misgivings. Who else could help him save his second sister? At that moment he thought quickly. He thought of Tai Ta from the God clan, the Radiant Saint Hall, and the mysterious man who had suddenly appeared in the Tianyuan family and called himself Dao Jiu. However, without any exception, he rejected all of them. The God clan had already declined. They had already lost their former glory as the greatest clan in the Saints' world. The chances of them dealing with an organization as great as the Snow Sect were just too slim. As for the Radiant Saint Hall, they were completely reliant on their protector swords. Without the protector swords, the Radiant Saint Hall would be nothing in the eyes of the Snow Sect. Going to the Radiant Saint Hall under such circumstances was no different from harming them. Moreover, he was only confident in getting Han Xian, Donglin Yen Shui, and Bai Yu out of the protectors of the Radiant Saint Hall. In the end, it was Dao Jiu from the Dao clan. With the Dao clan's reputation as an Archean clan, they could indeed intimidate the Snow Sect. However, due to the primeval Divine Hall, he had no idea whether he would become enemies with the Dao clan in the future. As a result, it was not appropriate for him to go to the Dao clan. Moreover, he still had no idea what Dao Jiu's identity was in the Dao clan, nor did he know whether the medallion Dao Jiu had given him was as intimidating as he had imagined it to be. If you want to save Shui Yunlan from the Snow Sect, you need to be prepared to fend off the Snow Sect. Just our Tianhe clan is nowhere near enough. Just when Jianchen was about to emerge from the alchemy room, the Lan ancestor's voice rang out slowly. Jianchen immediately came to a halt. Joy filled his eyes. Lan ancestor, you're agreeing to take action? The Lan ancestor sighed gloomily. Although doing this will be completely detrimental to our Tianhe clan, there are still some things we have to do. However, there are some things that must be done. The ice pole plane is too chaotic. We need the snow goddess to watch over it. Then what if we work with the other peak organizations on the ice pole plane? After all, there are still many people who support the snow goddess on the ice pole plane, Jianchen asked. That's not a good idea. The Lan ancestor directly rejected Jianchen's suggestion. He said, "You've only seen the surface of the people who support the snow goddess and are willing to fight for her. Let alone you, even I can't tell what the actual situation is. There are indeed some people who are willing to fight for the snow goddess and ice goddess on the ice pole plane, but there are also people who do not wish for the snow goddess to appear, such as the Flame Reverend. The Flame Reverend is scheming for the way of the ice goddess. This is no longer a secret to the higher experts. Even the people of the ice pole plane can think of the reincarnation of the snow goddess, so how can the Flame Reverend not have thought of it? How can he not know that the reincarnation of the snow goddess will be the greatest variable if he wants to scheme for the way of the ice goddess? The Flame Reverend has been scheming for so many years on the ice pole plane. Do you really believe that he hasn't left anything behind to deal with the snow goddess? Who can say for sure whether or not the Flame Reverend has planted spies among the people who seem to be absolutely loyal to the Ice Goddess Hall? Chapter 3066. Ancestor Lan, are you saying that the Flame Reverend's organization is among the people who support the Ice Goddess Hall on the surface and are willing to go through fire and water for the Ice Goddess Hall? Jianchen asked. That's only my guess. There's actually no concrete evidence to prove it. However, if I were the Flame Reverend, I would definitely make careful arrangements and deploy meticulously. After all, conspiracies are extremely important. The slightest carelessness can lead to irreversible consequences, said Ancestor Lan. In other words, not only can't we ask those people for help in dealing with the Snow Sect, but we can't let the news leak either. Jianchen was stern. If they could not ask for help from other forces on the ice pole plane, how was the Tianhe clan that the Ancestor Lan belonged to supposed to fend off the Snow Sect? Since the Snow Sect had captured Shui Yunlan, they would never let her go so easily. As a result, the only way to save Shui Yunlan was to engage in the most intense battle against the Snow Sect. He could even predict that the Snow Sect would definitely use all of their strength in the battle this time. This was because the Snow Sect no longer had a path of retreat. When they made the decision to capture Shui Yunlan, they had already stood against the Ice Goddess Hall. They had embarked on a path of no return. As a result, the only path before the Snow Sect was to press forward. Otherwise, when the Ice Goddess and Snow Goddess returned in the future, it was obvious what the Snow Sect would face with the personalities of the Ice Goddess and Snow Goddess. I just don't know what the Snow Sect's actions are. What exactly is the Snow Sect thinking? Or have they already sided with the Flame Reverend? If that's what they want, then it'll be fine. They won't let the news leak. However, we're the only ones who know this secret aside from the Snow Sect, so our only opponent is the Snow Sect. If the Snow Sect has sided with the Flame Reverend, we won't just be facing the Snow Sect. At the same time, we'll be facing all the organizations the Flame Reverend has developed on the ice pole plane, said Ancestor Lan. Looks like saving Shui Yunlan from the Snow Sect won't be as easy as I imagined it to be. Jianchen sighed inside. With Ancestor Lan's analysis, he basically gave up on the idea of uniting with the organizations on the ice pole plane. Because once these forces were united, it would be impossible to distinguish between friend and foe. Under such circumstances, it was the easiest to be stabbed in the back. If their strength was strong enough to crush everything, then they naturally wouldn't be afraid of any schemes. But now they were clearly on the weaker side, so they had to be extremely careful. Aren't you related to the heavenly demon religion? If you can get the Empyrean demon lord to take action, that would obviously be for the best. However, I have to tell you something in advance. If you can't find other strong helpers, we won't have any chance of winning against the Snow Sect. If we don't even have the slightest hope, we won't do anything, Ancestor Lon said. The Empyrean demon lord. Jianchen hesitated. Back in the Empyrean demon prison, he had heard from Cheng Ming that the Empyrean demon lord was doing something extremely important and could not be distracted. Clearly, he would not be able to gain anything by looking for him right now. However, he also understood that he needed to find a supreme expert who could fend off the Snow Sect's ancestral master Bingyun. Jianchen left the Tianhe clan and hurried along with the laws of space. With a few flashes, he returned to the territory of the Hefeng clan. He had already returned the medallion the Grand Elder had given him, but that did not stop him from moving about in the heavenly demon religion. Very soon, Jianchen met the Grand Elder of the heavenly demon religion at the highest floor of the demon castle again. The Grand Elder was gentle. He looked at Jianchen with a smile and said, "Jianchen, have you come this time because of the Snow Sect?" "That's right. It really is because of the Snow Sect. Grand Elder, may I ask if you can contact the Empyrean Demon Lord?" Jianchen's face was filled with worry. He knew that the Empyrean Demon Saint Master had something important to attend to, yet he still came looking for him without any hesitation. While Jianchen felt helpless about this, he also felt deeply humiliated. However, this matter was related to the life and death of his sister. For the sake of his sister's safety, he had to do it no matter how humiliating it was. "If I really can't find any powerful reinforcements, all I can do is fuse the swords and fight to the death." Jianchen had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. His current strength was incomparable to the past, and the sword spirits were constantly recovering. The fusion of the swords was obviously much more powerful than before in his current state. Haha, this old man naturally has a way to contact the master. In fact, not long after you left, this old man had already told the master about you, including the Snow Sect. The Great Elder chuckled. Then what did Senior say? Jianchen's eyes narrowed as his breathing immediately became ragged. Master is indeed occupied with something extremely important, so he can't make the time. However, Master told me to tell you that if you come across any danger from the Snow Sect, you can go find the Martial Soul lineage, said the Grand Elder. Find the Martial Soul lineage? How can the Martial Soul lineage deal with a colossus like the Snow Sect with their strength? Jianchen frowned. He understood the strength of the Martial Soul lineage extremely well. Let alone the Snow Sect that possessed a 7th heavenly layer Grand Prime, the Martial Soul lineage would even need to use their full strength against a 4th heavenly layer Grand Prime. The difference between the 4th heavenly layer and the 7th heavenly layer was like a chasm. Since Master has said that, he obviously has his reasons. Jianchen, you need to trust Master. Cheng Ming smiled faintly. Cheng Ming smiled faintly. In his heart, he had an almost blind trust and worship for his master. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jianchen clasped his fist and thanked him before immediately leaving the heavenly demon religion. As soon as he left the heavenly demon religion, Jianchen directly shot off into outer space. He used the laws of space to travel through outer space quickly, stopping extremely far away from the ice pole plane in the end. Afterwards, he used a secret technique to summon the mountain soul of the Martial Soul Mountain. In just a few breaths of time, a huge energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void. In the empty void, the shadow of a mountain suddenly appeared, becoming more and more solid. In less than 10 seconds, the mountain soul of the Martial Soul Mountain had crossed an extremely great distance and appeared beside Jianchen. Immediately, a boundless pressure spread out in all directions, sweeping through the starry sky. Fortunately, they were extremely far away from the ice pole plain, or the disturbance from the mountain soul's appearance would have alarmed countless experts. Eighth junior brother. Su Qi's voice rang out from the mountain soul. Beside her, the first senior brother Hunzong, the second senior brother Chu Jian, the third senior brother Yu Chao, the fourth senior brother Yun Ziding, the sixth senior brother Bai Rufeng, and the seventh senior brother Aoyama were all present. Including Jianchen, all 8 successors of the martial soul lineage were present. Chapter 3067. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and took a step in the air. He immediately vanished, reappearing on the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain. Greetings, seniors. Jianchen clasped his fist and bowed before the 7 of them. For some reason, he experienced a strange feeling when he stood on the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain. This feeling immediately calmed down his uneasiness and restlessness from worrying about his sister's safety. The martial soul mountain was like an island in the boundless ocean. No matter how violent the storms outside were, no matter how violent the lightning and thunder were, as long as he hid on the island, it would be able to shelter him from the storm no matter how shocking the waves were. It would provide him with a safe and peaceful place. The martial soul mountain is the final resting place of the martial soul lineage. Jianchen could not help but think about what his seniors had said to him in the past. Looking at it now, it was not without reason. This was because he felt like that right now. The moment he stood on the mountain soul, he truly did feel like he had returned home. He became peaceful. The laws of space. 8th Junior, I never thought your comprehension of the laws of space would reach such an unbelievable level. The laws of space that Jianchen had unintentionally revealed immediately made Hunzong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao's eyes narrow in surprise. If I've seen correctly, 8th Junior's comprehension of the laws of space has probably reached the 8th heavenly layer or even higher, Chu Jian sighed in amazement. What? The 8th heavenly layer of infinite prime? How is that possible? 8th Junior, don't tell me 2nd Senior is telling the truth? Have your comprehension of the laws of space really reached such a profound level? Aoyama's eyes widened as he stared at Jianchen in disbelief. Back in the trial grounds of the Radiant Divine Hall, he and Jianchen were both Divine King. Their strength was not particularly different. However, only a short while had passed, yet Jianchen's comprehension of the laws of space had already reached the 8th heavenly layer of infinite prime. He was the first to be unable to accept this. Yun Ziding, Su Qi, and Bai Rufeng stared at Jianchen with shining eyes as well. They were also unable to hide their surprise. Jianchen could not help but smile bitterly as he looked at Aoyama's shocked expression. He said, "Senior is right. My comprehension of the laws of space is indeed at the 8th heavenly layer of infinite prime." Aoyama felt like he had suffered a heavy blow after receiving Jianchen's personal acknowledgement. He vomited blood in an extremely exaggerated manner as he cried out, 8th heavenly layer! 8th heavenly layer! 8th heavenly layer! 8th Junior has actually reached the 8th heavenly layer. How am I supposed to live as your senior brother? No one paid any attention to Aoyama's injustice. At that moment, all of their gazes gathered on Jianchen. The light in Su Qi's eyes flickered. 8th Junior, if I remember correctly, you mainly cultivate the way of the sword. Since your comprehension of the laws of space has reached the 8th heavenly layer, what's your comprehension of the way of the sword? Senior sister, my comprehension of the laws of the sword just happens to surpass the laws of space. It's at the 9th heavenly layer of infinite prime right now, said Jianchen. What? Not only are you an 8th heavenly layer infinite prime with the laws of space, but you've even comprehended the 9th heavenly layer with the laws of the sword? What a monster! 8th Junior, you're a monster! I don't want to live anymore. I really don't want to live anymore. Aoyama almost teared up from the mental blow. They were at the same level of cultivation in the past, and he had even become an infinite prime first. Why had their difference in strength not only reversed in just a few hundred years, but it had even widened? To think that I, Aoyama, have spent the past few hundred years cultivating on the martial soul mountain, and I've only just reached the third heavenly layer of infinite prime. But look at 8th Junior. Not only did he not cultivate properly, but he even ran around all day. In the end, his strength increased the fastest. Is there any justice in this? Aoyama wailed out miserably as he lamented the unfairness of the world. 8th Junior, how did you cultivate? Your current level of cultivation has already caught up to me, your 6th Senior. Bai Ruffeng also stared at Jianshan like he was looking at a monster as his heart churned. Hun Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao, the three strongest experts of the martial soul lineage, struggled to remain calm. In such a short amount of time, Jian Chen's strength had risen to the 9th heavenly layer of infinite prime at an unbelievable rate. The three of them were deeply shocked by this. 9th heavenly layer infinite prime with the laws of the sword. 8th heavenly layer infinite prime with the laws of space. Whenever they thought of this, the successors of the martial soul mountain felt like they were dreaming. This was because it was just too unreal. In outer space, the illusionary mountain soul of the martial soul mountain gradually faded away, completely vanishing from the region. The power of the mountain soul had already brought the successors of the martial soul lineage across an extremely great distance in a single instance, arriving on the true martial soul mountain. The martial soul mountain drifted through outer space in an unknown region of the saints' world in its own way. Jianshan's group of 8 sat around a stone table on the martial soul mountain. They asked Jianshan all sorts of things with great interest. All of them had the same question in their minds as to how Jianshan had reached the 9th heavenly layer in such a short amount of time. They were extremely curious. Seniors, let's talk about my experiences in the past few years in detail another time, because I have even more important matters to attend to right now. Jianshan gradually became stern. He knew that time was tight, so he did not want to waste any more time. He directly said, "To be honest, I've summoned you this time because I've come across something troublesome. Junior brother, just tell us what you've come across. Our martial soul lineage is united, so your matters are our matters as well. There's no need for you to be so courteous before us," said the 5th senior sister, Su Qi. "Alright, I'll be frank then. I have a friend on the ice pole plain who has been captured by the people of the Snow Sect. I want to save my friend," Jianshan said directly. "The Snow Sect? The greatest organization on the ice pole plain?" Chu Jian's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He said, "It's not a big problem. The Snow Sect is powerful, but our martial soul lineage is rather renowned in the saints' world. Let's go with you to the Snow Sect and negotiate with the upper echelon of the Snow Sect so that they can release your friend." "Yeah, that's a good idea. Although our martial soul lineage is nowhere close to the Snow Sect in terms of strength, we still possess some power. The Snow Sect won't provoke a large organization for no reason over some small matters." Yu Chao nodded in agreement. "No, it won't be that simple. It's impossible for the Snow Sect to release people because they've captured people from the Ice Goddess Hall." Afterwards, Jianshan told the members of the martial soul lineage everything that had happened without hiding anything. He even told them about his relationship with the Snow Goddess. 8th Junior brother, are you joking? The Snow Goddess of the Ice Goddess Hall is your second sister? Aoyama's eyes widened. He was even more shocked than before. Although he did not belong to the same generation as the two ice goddesses, he had heard a lot about the supreme figures of the ice pole plain. As a result, he knew extremely well just what kind of great figure the Snow Goddess of the Ice Goddess Hall was. 5th senior sister, Su Qi, also covered her mouth. Her heart was also in turmoil. The Snow Goddess of the Ice Goddess was actually his 8th junior brother's sister? This was just too absurd. It was just too unbelievable. It was not just Aoyama and Su Qi. Even Hunzong, Chu Jian, Yu Chao, Yun Ziding, and Bai Rufeng were shocked when they heard about Jianqin's relationship with the snow goddess. Chapter 3068. However, after recovering from their shock, the successors gathered on the martial Soul Mountain all realized the severity of the matter. Afterwards, they all became stern. In other words, we can't negotiate with the Snow Sect to release Shui Yunlan, and the Snow Sect's ultimate objective for kidnapping Shui Yunlan must be the Snow Goddess, Hunzong said sternly. If that's the case, what can we do? The Snow Sect is the greatest sect on the Ice Pole Plain. They're so powerful that our martial soul lineage can't contend against them. How are we supposed to save Shui Yunlan? Yu Chao frowned deeply as well. The strength of the Snow Sect made the successors of the martial soul lineage feel pressured. We can't just watch as 8th Junior Brother's family is harmed by the Snow Sect and do nothing about it, Su Qi said. Su Qi spoke as well. She glanced past Chu Jian, Yu Chao, and Hunzong before continuing. Seniors, you're the oldest in our martial soul lineage. Can you think of a way to help your junior? Hearing this, Chu Jian sighed softly and said, "This matter can be said to be simple, but it can also be said to be difficult. In the end, the reason is that we are too weak. We are not strong enough to fight against the Snow Sect, even if we use the martial spirit array. If we possessed the strength to fend off the Snow Sect, everything would be simple." That's right. If we want to save 8th Junior Brother's family, we need to find a supreme expert who can fend off the Snow Sect, Hunzong added. The light in his eyes flickered with some hesitation. Afterwards, he sighed gently and said, "I need to leave for now. Juniors, let's activate the teleportation power of the Mountain Soul again." You're leaving at a time like this? And you want to activate the power of the Mountain Soul? First Senior Brother, do you have an idea? The people of the martial soul lineage all looked at Hunzong. I'll try, Hunzong said gently. At that moment, his expression became rather mixed. Before long, the successors of the martial soul lineage worked together and activated the power of the Mountain Soul again. Using the power of the Mountain Soul, they crossed an unknown distance in a single instance and appeared in an unknown region of space. What is this place? Aoyama looked around as he stood on the illusionary mountain soul of the martial soul mountain. In this dark and cold starry sky, there was nothing but the twinkling stars and meteorites in the distance. The entire starry sky was deathly silent. Wait for me here, I'm going out for a while. With that, Hunzong left the mountain soul with a single step. With his cultivation as a 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime, he vanished into the depths of the sea of stars with a few flashes. No one knew where he went. The 7 other successors of the martial soul mountain stood on the mountain soul as they looked at one another in doubt. Hunzong left the region of space where the mountain soul resided all by himself. He flew through the sea of stars at high speed. Who knew how long he had crossed, but a vast continent floating in space finally appeared before him. Hunzong, on the other hand, approached the continent in a straight line. To no surprise, this was the Delight Plain, one of the 49 Great Plains of the Saints' world. There was an invincible organization that basically everyone knew about on the Delight Plain, and that was the Cloudsurge Empire. The Cloudsurge Empire was so powerful that all the peak organizations on the Delight Plain feared it. There were even rumors that even if all the organizations on the Delight Plain worked together, they would not be the Cloudsurge Empire's opponent. The reason why the Cloudsurge Empire was so powerful was not because of how many Grand Primes they possessed. The main reason was because the Cloudsurge Empire possessed a supreme figure who could dominate the entire Delight Plain. The Rain Abyss. The Rain Abyss was so powerful that even if all the Grand Primes on the Delight Plain worked together, they would not be able to fend her off. It was exactly because of the Rain Abyss that the Cloudsurge Empire had become an invincible organization on the Delight Plain. No one dared to provoke her. At this moment, a figure appeared silently on the border of the Cloudsurge Empire. He hovered several thousand meters in the air as he stared at the lofty, dragon-like fortress from very far away. The figure was the first senior brother of the martial soul lineage, Hun Zhang. At this moment, Hun Zhang's emotions fluctuated. He stared at the fortress that belonged to the Cloud Zurge Empire as his eyes were filled with unprecedented mixed feelings. There was also endless emotion, as well as melancholy. He hovered there silently, staring at the fortress from very far away. He refused to take a step forward. It was as if he was unwilling to set foot in the territory of the Cloud Zurge Empire for various reasons. Time passed silently. In the blink of an eye, an incense stick had passed. As Hun Zhang had concealed all of his presence, he seemed to have completely vanished into the surroundings. As a result, even though the cultivators in and out of the fortress moved about, none of them discovered him. Sigh. At this moment, Hun Zhang let out a long sigh. The sigh seemed to be filled with many mixed feelings, as well as the deep helplessness and bitterness he currently felt. "I know I can't hide from you. I need your help with something," Hun Zhang said gently to the empty space. He didn't recover at all, but in a daze, the atmosphere of this world seemed to have suddenly frozen. The wind had stopped. The extremely active origin energy that filled the world seemed to have calmed down. This part of the world, and even the entire world, became incomparably peaceful at this moment. However, this peace did not last for long before it was broken by a drizzle that quietly fell. Rain began to fall between heaven and earth. The rain was very light, but it was like the spring rain that nourished the earth and revived all living things. The moment the rain appeared, many experts who stood at the peak of their respective continents in different regions of the Delight continent opened their eyes. Their gazes were either filled with shock or astonishment as they stared at the world. They could not help but exclaim in surprise. "It's the Rain Abyss. This is the Rain Abyss's Taoist art. What has happened? Why has the Rain Abyss been alarmed?" This was because all the experts had discovered that the pitter-patter of rain had already covered the entire region of the Delight Prefecture. Hun Zhang remained where he was outside the imperial capital of the Cloud Zurge Empire. He did not try to stop the rain. The rain gradually soaked through his clothes. He only stared at the tall woman who had appeared before him with mixed feelings and endless emotions. He had no idea when she had appeared. The woman seemed to be in her 30s. Even though she was approaching middle age, she was still charming and beautiful. She had appeared silently. She gave off no presence at all. She seemed like both a mortal and a ghost. It was as if she had fused with the entire world. The woman was the supreme expert of the Delight Plane, the Rain Abyss. The Rain Abyss said nothing. Her eyes that seemed to contain the ways landed on Hun Zhang. She stared at Hun Zhang quietly for a while before sighing gently. "Is the empire behind me, this land, really so terrifying to you? You'd rather wait here bitterly than take a step forward." Chapter 3069. Hun Zhang's expression became even more mixed when he heard the Rain Abyss mocking words. There seemed to be some indescribable bitterness as well. He sighed gently as mixed feelings filled his heart. "Why do you say that? Why do you say that?" The Rain Abyss suddenly interrupted Hun Zhang. Some sharpness and coldness appeared in her mixed eyes. She sneered. "You came to find me, but you didn't come to visit me. Instead, you waited here silently for me to come out and see you personally? It looks like your status has indeed become different after becoming the greatest of the martial soul lineage. Now you've become even greater than before. Your esteemed status as the greatest member of the martial soul lineage has made you feel disdain to step into this tiny empire." The Rain Abyss glanced back at the Cloud Zurge Empire behind her. Her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, allowing her to see all of the territory of the greatest organization on the Delight Plane. Afterwards, she sighed gently and said, "Yeah. In the eyes of your martial soul lineage, it's a boundless sea of stars. The land behind me is indeed a little too small. It really isn't enough for you. For you, why do you have to mock me like this? You should know that since I'm a successor of the martial soul lineage, I naturally shoulder a special mission. Our martial soul lineage naturally has a place where we belong, said Hunzong. He looked at the Rain Abbess with some guilt. In the past, I didn't know that the power I possessed was martial soul force, nor did I know about the existence of the martial soul lineage. However, only when I learnt about the martial soul mountain and learnt about the many histories of the martial soul lineage did I truly understand something. As it turns out, the martial soul mountain is the final home of our martial soul lineage. Now that I'm the first senior brother of the martial soul lineage, I have even more reason to set an example. Protecting the martial soul lineage is my responsibility. Continuing the martial soul lineage is my mission. Until the day I die, is the martial soul lineage really that important to you? The Rain Abbess suddenly became emotional. Tears suddenly flickered in her cold eyes. She said, "Do you still remember? In the past, you were still a child without parents in the lower world. You relied on the food given to you by the elders in the village. You never had a meal, and you were always hungry. You were all skin and bones. As for me, at that time, I was just a spirit fish that had just gained intelligence in the vast sea. Although I had already gained intelligence at that time, I had no cultivation base, and did not know how to cultivate. In the end, due to an accident, I was caught by a fisherman who went out to sea and brought to the little village you were in," the Rain Abbess said slowly. Tears flickered in her eyes as her emotions became extremely mixed. There was reminiscence, and emotion. Hun Zhang's expression became melancholic when he heard that. He seemed to flip open an ancient memory that had been buried in his heart for a very long time. He let out a long sigh and lamented, "Of course I remember these matters. I even remember the appearance of the old man who pulled you ashore clearly. At that time, I called him Grandpa Hu. When I was very young, Grandpa Hu was very unfriendly to me because I often broke into his house to steal food. There was even one time when I accidentally broke the fishing net that he hung out to dry. Actually, I didn't want to do that either. It's just that my parents passed away early, and I was still young back then. I couldn't make a living on my own, so when I was hungry, I could only sneak into other people's houses to find food out of instinct. Otherwise, I would rely on the charity of the villagers to eat some leftovers. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were still a shining golden spirit fish. You had just been caught by Grandpa Hu from the sea, and you were struggling desperately in Grandpa Hu's fishing net. Back then, you were so pitiful, so helpless. I even knew what your fate was going to be. Everyone in the village recognized that it was an extremely rare spiritual fish. Afterwards, the entire village was extremely happy. They all discussed how to deal with the spiritual fish. Some people said that the spiritual fish possessed spiritual qi. If you ate the spiritual fish, it would bring great benefits to your body. Some people said that they could sell the spiritual fish to the important people in the city in exchange for money to improve the lives of all the villagers. In the end, when everyone in the village was dreaming of a beautiful future because of the appearance of the spirit fish, I once again climbed into Grandpa Hu's house and stole the spirit fish. Then, I brought it to the seaside and set it free. Back then, I had never thought that my actions would infuriate the entire village. The uncles and aunts in the village did not spare me because of my young age. In the end, they beat me up viciously and chased me out of the village mercilessly. The village was near the sea. It was extremely remote. There was no one within a radius of several hundred kilometers. I limped out of the village and finally fainted from hunger by the sea. Originally, after I fainted, I would never wake up again. In the end, because of you, I did not die. I still remember that you used to expend a lot of effort to dive into the depths of the sea. Then, you would spray some spiritual liquid on my wounds. It was this spiritual liquid that healed my injuries. At that time, I did not have the ability to catch fish alone. Those fish were always so nimble. Not only was I clumsy, but my movements were also slow. Naturally, I could not catch a single fish. I did not even have the ability to feed myself. In the end, it was still you who saved me. At that time, you still had the body of a spiritual fish. Every day, you would catch some small sea fish from the sea and throw them in front of me. You let me eat these small sea fish to satisfy my hunger. I did not starve to death by the sea. I gradually grew up. I already had the ability to catch fish and be self-reliant. However, at that time, I was still just a mortal. However, the one who truly changed my fate was still you. At that time, you found me with a jade slip in your mouth and gave it to me. It was because of this jade slip that my fate was completely changed. Because this jade slip contains a cultivation technique. Through cultivation, I became stronger and stronger. In the end, step by step, I transformed from a weak mortal to an expert capable of summoning the wind and summoning the rain. After I became stronger, you brought me into the sea. At the bottom of the sea, in an extremely hidden place, we found a palace. At that time, it was indeed a palace to my knowledge, but now I know that it's actually a divine temple. It was also you who brought me into the temple and allowed me to obtain many things in the temple. You also allowed me to personally witness you becoming a human. Afterwards, we cultivated together and traveled the world together. Chapter 30-70. The Rain Abbess' eyes were filled with yearning as well. She stared at Hun Zong and said, "Ever since then, we've been inseparable. If there are enemies, we'll challenge them together. If there are dangers, we'll face them together. If there are fortuitous encounters, we'll enjoy them together. Even if there is death, we'll live together, die together. Over the countless years, we've weathered countless storms together, weathered countless storms and waves together. We've also walked over the corpses of countless enemies together. Over all these years, we've never quarreled, nor have we had any disagreements. That's because I've always listened to you. If you told me to go east, I wouldn't go west. Only afterwards did I discover that the feelings we've forged through countless years of trials and tribulations and trials of life and death are actually so worthless in your eyes. You've actually abandoned this relationship without any hesitation for the sake of the Martial Soul Mountain, for the sake of the successors on the Martial Soul Mountain whom you've never met before, who you don't even know about. Fanyun, is this how you repay me?" The Rain Abbess' eyes were filled with tears as she lamented. Hun Zhang's emotions were extremely mixed. He felt deep guilt. "Fanyun, I've never forgotten for even a single moment. I grew from a child who had almost starved to death in a small village to where I am today. It's all because of your assistance. However, the heavens don't always follow my wishes. My mission has forced me to make another choice, which is to protect the Martial Soul Mountain and ensure the continuation of the Martial Soul lineage." The Rain Abbess seemed to be deeply provoked by that. A powerful presence suddenly erupted from her, and she roared at Hun Zong in grief, "Martial Soul Mountain, Martial Soul Mountain. You only see the Martial Soul Mountain now. If that's the case, piss off back to your Martial Soul Mountain." The Rain Abbess waved her hand, and a gust of wind immediately kicked up. A tremendous amount of energy suddenly surged out, blowing Hun Zong far away effortlessly. The Rain Abbess had already vanished. Hun Zong stabilized himself several hundred kilometers away. Bitterness filled his face as he said to the empty space, "I know you hate me very much, but there's something that has forced me to come find you shamelessly. Our Martial Soul lineage needs your help." Hun Zong did not receive a reply. In reality, he was close to 1,000 kilometers away from the fortress on the border of the Cloud Zurge Empire. However, Hun Zong continued, "Our Martial Soul lineage will be engaged in a vicious battle with the greatest organization on the Ice Pole Plain, the Snow Sect. The Snow Sect is so powerful that our Martial Soul lineage will definitely lose, so I thought." Hun Zong stopped there. He hesitated slightly as if he had made up his mind. He said, "Whatever. I no longer have the right to ask you to take action. Let's leave this matter to our Martial Soul lineage." Determination filled Hun Zhang's eyes. With that, he did not stay any longer, turning around and leaving. He left in an extremely decisive and straightforward manner. There was no hesitation in his actions. There was only a sense of determination. Bang! With a thud, Hun Zhang reappeared as soon as he vanished. He seemed to have collided with an invisible barrier, and he was repelled. The space he stood in had already been sealed up at some point in time. An extremely powerful law of space had locked down the place, turning it into a prison. The Rain Abbess appeared before Hun Zhang silently. At that moment, her face was pale white and sunken. Even her eyes shone with a threatening light, making her seem extremely terrifying. "What are you doing?" the Rain Abbess asked. She basically gritted her teeth as she stressed every single syllable. Her white hands were clenched tightly as her entire body trembled gently. Clearly, she was extremely furious. In particular, her gaze was so terrifying that it seemed like she wanted to kill someone. She understood Hun Zhang far too well. She could tell what Hun Zhang wanted to do from what he said, which immediately ignited the flames of fury in her. She became furious. "Is it another successor of your martial soul lineage, who has grievances with the Snow Sect, so you're prepared to go to the Snow Sect and die like a moth to a flame?" The Rain Abbess' voice was extremely cold. Her voice was filled with undisguised hatred. "Our martial soul lineage is a single entity. There's no distinction between you and me. The matters of any successor of the martial soul lineage are the matters of everyone in the martial soul lineage. Any one of their enemies is the hatred of everyone in the martial soul lineage," Hun Zhang said confidently. "Ancestral Master Bingyun of the Snow Sect can take on the 7th heavenly layer. Your martial soul lineage is seeking death," the Rain Abbess said coldly. "I know, but I've said it before. Our martial soul lineage is a single entity. We can't just watch anyone die. If it's necessary, we can even stop it. However, we can't stop this because I can already tell that Junior has made up his mind to fight to the death. If that's the case, our martial soul lineage can only assist him with everything we have," said Hun Zhang. The Rain Abbess said nothing. She only stared at Hun Zhang without blinking at all. Her fury seemed to have frozen. A while later, the Rain Abbess seemed to lose all her strength. All the presence she had been accumulating around her suddenly vanished. She was lonely and dejected as she took small steps through the air, making her way past Hun Zhang steadily. She made her way into the distance step by step, disappearing from the Cloud Zurge Empire in the end. Only a voice that seemed to be filled with sorrow and disappointment rang out from outer space. "You're the Rain Abbess. You can go." The mountain soul of the martial soul mountain hovered silently in a region of space extremely far away from the Delight Plane. The 7 successors sat on the mountain soul out of boredom as they asked curiously, "Oi, K, what do you think our first senior brother is trying to do? He made us wait here while he vanished. What's going on?" Su Chi fiddled with a branch in boredom as she said to the people beside her, "Our first senior brother probably knows some supreme expert, and the supreme expert is hiding nearby. Our first senior brother must have gone to invite this supreme expert," Chu Jian guessed. "Since our first senior brother knows a supreme expert, why did he hide it from us? That's far too disloyal." Su Chi pouted. She was extremely displeased. "That's enough, junior sister. Don't talk about eldest senior brother like that. Maybe eldest senior brother has something he can't say, or maybe it's because this peerless expert has a reclusive personality and doesn't want more people to know. Anyway, we have to trust our first senior brother. No matter what happens, we have to trust our first senior brother," Yu Chao said seriously. "This place is rather close to the Delight Plane." Jianshan's voice suddenly rang out. He compared it to the star map and grasped his location very quickly. "The Delight Plane? Don't tell me our first senior brother has gone to the Delight Plane?" Aoyama was surprised as he asked subconsciously. Jianshan said nothing. He only stared in the direction of the Delight Plane as the light in his eyes flickered. Probably not. The greatest expert of the Delight Plane, the Rain Abbess, is only a 5th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime. She might be able to put up a fight against a 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime, but she definitely won't be able to fend off the Ice Cloud ancestor of the Snow Sect. Bai Rufeng shook his head in denial. With that, a figure suddenly flickered in the distant space. Very soon, Hun Zong returned, returning to the mountain soul of the Martial Soul Mountain. First Senior Brother, where have you gone? Have you already invited powerful reinforcements? The successors of the Martial Soul lineage all asked as soon as Hun Zong returned. Chapter 3071. The 7 other members of the Martial Soul lineage could not help but look at one another when they saw Hun Zhang's clearly abnormal expression. They were all surprised and doubtful. They had known Hun Zong for so long, but they had never seen him like that. The 7 successors of the Martial Soul lineage did not move. They all stared at Hun Zong with undisguised concern and worry. Due to Hun Zhang's expression, the successors who had no idea what was going on began to imagine various bad things. Had the reinforcements failed? Had they been mocked or insulted? Or did the other party offer some kind of unreasonable condition? In short, the change in Hun Zhang's expression when he returned without a doubt sent a bad signal to the successors of the Martial Soul lineage. As they worried for Hun Zong, they could not help but become furious out of self-preservation. Jianshan glanced past the people of the Martial Soul lineage and sighed gently. Seniors, let me deal with the matters of the Snow Sect myself. Although the Snow Sect is very powerful, I'm not completely helpless against them. 8th Junior, what are you talking about? Hun Zong immediately turned around and glared at Jianshan when he heard that. However, he also sensed that something was wrong with the expressions of the others. He immediately realized that his reaction had caused a misunderstanding. Hun Zong sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed his mixed feelings. He said, "Don't let your thoughts run wild. Don't worry, I've already invited an expert who can keep the ancestral master Bingyun busy." If that's the case, why do you still seem so unhappy, First Senior Brother? It made us think that eldest Senior Brother had been wronged and made us worry for a while, Su Qi said with an indignant expression. You're worrying too much. I've just thought of some matters of the past, so my mind has been affected slightly. Let's go. Activate the power of the mountain soul. We'll go to the ice pole plane right now, said Hun Zong. Go right now? First Senior Brother, where's the expert you invited? Isn't he coming with us? Don't worry about her. She'll come back. Hun Zong was unwilling to talk about this matter. Afterwards, he and the other members of the Martial Soul lineage immediately controlled the power of the mountain soul to cross through the distant space and return to the Martial Soul Mountain. After returning to the Martial Soul Mountain, they immediately condensed the power of the mountain soul again and teleported to the ice pole plane. The power of the mountain soul could only guarantee a single round trip. If they wanted to be teleported a second time, they would have to return to the Martial Soul Mountain and condense new power. Under Jianshan's request, the mountain soul of the Martial Soul Mountain did not directly descend on the ice pole plane. Instead, it appeared in space extremely far away from the ice pole plane. Afterwards, Jianshan left the mountain soul alone and went to the ice pole plane. Although Hun Zong had already found a supreme expert who could fend off the frozen cloud ancestral master, it was nowhere near enough. This was because there was another 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime in the Snow Sect aside from the Bingyun ancestral master. As a result, he needed to seek out even more reinforcements. Only then would he have greater confidence in suppressing the Snow Sect and forcefully rescuing Shui Yunlan from the Snow Sect. Very soon, Jianshan appeared on the ice pole plane. Without stopping, he directly flew towards the Tianhe clan. At the same time, the Lan ancestor had already gathered the other 2 ancestors of the Tianhe clan, the Stone ancestor and the Tian ancestor. She told them about how Shui Yunlan had been abducted by the experts of the Snow Sect without holding back at all. Now, Shui Yunlan is the only person who knows about the Snow Goddess' whereabouts. The Snow Sect's intentions for suddenly abducting Shui Yunlan are clear. Now, it's time for our Tianhe clan to make a choice. Do we just watch as the Snow Goddess reincarnation is poisoned by the Snow Sect? Or do we stand up to the Snow Sect and save Shui Yunlan from them? The Lan ancestor said emotionlessly. Her beautiful voice was filled with bone-chilling coldness, as if it could freeze the world and turn the ground into frost. The Stone ancestor and the Tian ancestor became extremely stern when they heard that. They remained silent for a very long time before the middle-aged Stone ancestor said sternly, "But contending against the Snow Sect with the strength of our Tianhe clan is no different from throwing an egg at a rock. After all, the three of us need to consume the ancestral blood pill and cast the formation together, which is why we have the power to fend off 7th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes. On the other hand, the Snow Sect's ancestral master, Bingyun, can fend off 7th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes all by herself. Moreover, she's not the only one in the Snow Sect. There are 3 other Grand Primes. With such a great difference in strength, how are we supposed to fend off the Snow Sect?" The Tian ancestor nodded in agreement with the Stone ancestor. He said sternly, "That's right. Contending against the Snow Sect with the strength of our Tianhe clan will only lead to our own destruction in the end. Our Tianhe clan is powerless in this matter." "In other words, the two of you plan on just standing by?" the Lan ancestor asked casually. The Stone ancestor and the Tian ancestor looked at each other before looking at the Lan ancestor. They said, "Xiao Lan, what do you mean?" The Lan ancestor looked into the distance and sighed gently. "The ice pole plain has been in chaos for long enough. In the past few years, even the He Feng clan that's on par with us has been destroyed. If we allow the ice pole plain to continue like this, our Tianhe clan will probably follow in the footsteps of the He Feng clan one day. After all, our Tianhe clan is already facing the threat of the Tian sect. Once the person from the Tian sect breaks through to the 7th heavenly layer, they can launch a large-scale attack at any time. Although our Tianhe clan can fend off 7th heavenly layer experts with the ancestral blood pills refined from the soil of God's blood, we're only borrowing external power. The ancestral blood pills are consumables. Once we lose them, how are we supposed to fend off 7th heavenly layer experts? Our ice pole state really needs a top powerhouse to hold the fort. Now that the reincarnation of Snow Goddess has appeared, this is naturally a wonderful opportunity. Once the Snow Goddess returns, all the chaos in the Ice Pole province will be resolved. Once the Ice Pole province has the Snow Goddess, even if the Sky Sect is given 100 times more courage, they will not dare to offend the Ice Pole province. There's also the Flame Sovereign. He won't be a threat anymore. Both the Stone Ancestor and the Sky Ancestor fell silent when they heard that. They knew that the Blue Ancestor was right. Once the Snow Goddess was in charge of the Ice Pole province, which had been in turmoil for millions of years, would return to its former tranquility. On the other hand, if the Ice Pole plain continued to be in chaos, no one knew what kind of chaos would occur in the Ice Pole plain after the reincarnation of the Snow Goddess was poisoned. None of them could predict whether the Tianhe clan's inheritance would be interrupted in the midst of this chaos. However, when they thought of the power of the Snow Sect, they felt a wave of fear. Chapter 3072. The Stone Ancestor and the Heavenly Ancestor remained silent for a very long time. They seemed to be conflicted inside. During that time, they would exchange glances from time to time and discuss their opinions secretly. In the end, they seemed to have come to a decision. They both looked at the Lan ancestor and said through gritted teeth, "Xiao Lan, you can decide on this matter. We'll listen to you. If you insist on going against the Snow Sect to protect the Snow Goddess, we'll support you." "That's right. Xiao Lan, it's up to you whether our Tianhe clan will participate or not. That's because what you said is very reasonable. Our ice pole plane needs one of the ice and snow goddesses to personally watch over it. Only then will it be completely peaceful. Otherwise, let alone our Tianhe clan, even the snow sect that's more powerful than us might suddenly cease to exist in a certain era. Just like the Hufen clan. As a peak organization that has existed for so long, they were still destroyed just like that, said the heavenly ancestor. As soon as he thought about the fate of the Hufen clan, he sighed inside. He felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Due to the eccentricity of the ice goddess and snow goddess, they had no friends or allies in the saints' world. As a result, no one had come to lend them a helping hand when they were in trouble. However, there were still many local organizations on the ice pole plane that were willing to fight for the ice and snow goddesses. They would go through fire and water without hesitation. Clearly, the Tianhe clan was one of them. After the stone ancestor and the heavenly ancestor expressed their opinions, the lawn ancestor fell silent instead. The light in her eyes flickered as if she was weighing things inside. This was because she understood that the decision she made would affect the lives of countless clansmen in the Tianhe clan. It would also affect the fate of the Tianhe clan. If she made a mistake, the Tianhe clan would probably follow in the footsteps of the Hufen clan very soon. At this moment, the Lan ancestor suddenly thought of Jianchen. She could not help but think, I wonder how he's doing on his side. If he can get the Empyrean Demon Lord to take action, the Empyrean Demon Lord's strength will be more than enough to deal with the Snow Sect. Right now, we just lack a supreme expert who can contend against the Snow Sect's ancestor Bingyun. However, just when she thought up to there, the Lan ancestor's face suddenly changed. She had already sensed that Jianchen had returned to the Tianhe clan after he had left. Stone ancestor, sky ancestor, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back. With that, Ancestor Lan left. On the flying snow peak, one of the 3 ancestral peaks of the Tianhe clan, Jianchen, who had changed his appearance through the mask, met Ancestor Lan once again. Yang Yutian, did you gain anything from your trip? Does the Empyrean Demon Lord agree to take action? Ancestor Lan directly asked when he saw Jianchen. Given Ancestor Lan's consciousness, he could easily cover the entire Ice Pole province and even have the strength to extend beyond the starry sky. However, no one would be so idle as to constantly keep their divine sense outside, because it would cause unnecessary consumption. Therefore, she naturally did not know that Jianchen had already left the Ice Pole province in such a short period of time. The Empyrean Demon Lord is unable to take action. Jianchen shook his head. Ancestor Lan immediately became disappointed when she heard that. If it were not for the Empyrean Demon Lord keeping the Bingyun ancestral master busy, it would have been almost impossible for their Tianhe clan to protect the snow goddess. However, very soon, Ancestor Lan discovered that something was wrong with Jianchen's expression. A gleam of light immediately flashed through her eyes and she said, "Look at how composed you are. Have you gained something else from your trip this time?" Jianchen smiled faintly and clasped his fist. Ancestor Lan is correct. Although I failed to invite the Empyrean Demon Lord, I managed to invite another powerful helper. There's already an expert who can keep the Bingyun ancestral master busy. Who is it? Ancestor Lan's eyes immediately shone brightly. She looked at Jianchen in disbelief. In the next moment, an extremely powerful consciousness spread out from Ancestor Lan's body. In just an instant, it covered the entire Ice Pole province. After sweeping through the entire Ice Pole province, it immediately pierced through the sky and headed toward the space outside the Ice Pole province. The senses of the Ancestor Land's soul were extremely powerful. It extended to the depths of the Sea of Stars. In the end, she seemed to sense something. After becoming slightly surprised, all the senses of the soul immediately receded like the tide, having been withdrawn by Ancestor Lan. The martial soul lineage? I've actually discovered traces of the martial soul lineage in the depths of the Sea of Stars? Ancestor Lan stared at Jianchen as the light in her eyes flickered. she said. You managed to invite the people of the martial soul lineage? Jianchen was shocked as well. The mountain soul of the martial soul lineage was located extremely far away from the ice pole plain. He had never thought that he would fail to fool the senses of the ancestor land's soul from such a great distance. Just how powerful was the senses of the ancestor land's soul? However, since he had been seen through, there was no point in continuing to hide it. As a result, Jianchen directly admitted it. That's right. The martial soul lineage will directly take part in the rescue this time. The ancestor land's gaze became extremely deep. She stared at Jianchen deeply and said slowly, the martial soul lineage possesses an extremely special status in the Saints' world. They aren't powerful, but they can appear anywhere in the Saints' world unpredictably with the martial soul mountain. As a result, many organizations in the Saints' world are unwilling to offend this special group of people unless they have grievances with them. As for the martial soul lineage, they won't provoke organizations that they can't afford to provoke for no reason, even if they offer great rewards. This is because their lineage is very special. Their need for the various items in the Saints' world is nowhere near as great as other cultivators. They rely on the martial soul mountain the most. As a result, even if you've obtained many rare items in the Dark Star world, it's impossible for you to get the martial soul mountain to help you get them to deal with the snow sect that's far more powerful than them. That's no different from courting death to the martial soul mountain. According to my understanding of the martial soul mountain, the only thing that can make them challenge even more powerful enemies without any regard for their own safety is when the successor of the martial soul lineage is in danger. It's also the only time when all the successors of the martial soul lineage are willing to risk everything to save them. Even if they know that only death awaits them, they will still do it regardless of the consequences. Ancestor Lan paused when he reached there. He sighed deeply. The martial soul lineage is a strange lineage. It's also a lineage that is completely incomprehensible in the eyes of many experts in the Saints' world. This is because the martial soul lineage has been wiped out several times in the history of the Saints' world. However, many of their wipeouts could have been avoided completely, but in the end, they were unable to abandon any of their successors, which led to the end of the legacy being severed. The ancestor land's gaze suddenly became piercing. Yang Yutian, should I call you Jianchen? Or should I continue calling you Yang Yutian? Chapter 3073. Jianchen was not surprised that the Lan ancestor had seen through his identity. This was because the moment the Lan ancestor discovered the martial soul lineage, Jianchen knew he could not keep his identity a secret anymore. Lan ancestor, you better call me Yang Yutian. As for my true identity, I can't reveal it for now due to some special reasons, Jian Wushuang said with a clasped fist. He had always been on guard against the Myriad Bone Guild. He did not know whether the Myriad Bone Guild would try to harm him again, so he had to keep his true identity a secret. This was because as long as his identity was not exposed, Jianchen would forever be a dead person in the eyes of the Myriad Bone Guild. On the other hand, if he was exposed prematurely, who knew what schemes the Myriad Bone Guild would come up with? In particular, when they were about to face off against the Snow Sect, they could not afford to create unnecessary problems and provoke an enemy as powerful as the Myriad Bone Guild for no reason. Jianchen did not completely understand the Myriad Bone Guild, but he had a rough idea. It was an organization that was even more terrifying than the Flame Reverend. I shouldn't be able to hide my true identity for much longer, but even if it's exposed, it has to be after I save Shui Yunlan. Jianchen thought. Paper could not wrap up fire at the end of the day, especially when the martial soul lineage was involved in the battle. It would naturally increase the risk of his identity being exposed. He had already mentally prepared himself for this. Afterwards, Jianchen told the Lan ancestor about the martial soul lineage, inviting another expert to fend off the Bingyun ancestor without holding back at all. The Lawn ancestor's furrowed brows finally eased up when he heard that. He relaxed and said, "That's good. That way, the success rate of this operation should be at least 80%. Let's discuss the exact details of the operation next." Afterwards, Jianchen discussed the details of the operation with the Tianhe clan as a representative of the martial soul lineage. After arranging everything, he left the Tianhe clan and made his way to the depths of outer space on the ice pole plane again. He passed on the details of the operation he had discussed with the Lan ancestor to his seniors of the martial soul lineage. The Lan ancestor appeared before the Stone ancestor and Tian ancestor again. He directly said to the two of them, "We already have other powerful reinforcements for the Snow sect, so I've decided that I'll take part in this operation alone. The two of you will watch over the Tianhe clan." Xiao Lan. The expressions of the Stone ancestor and Tian ancestor changed slightly. But just when they wanted to persuade him, the Lan ancestor interrupted them. "Ancestor, Tian, there's no need for you two to say anything about this. The only reason I've taken part in this operation was because I've thought carefully. That's because even if this operation succeeds, we will have interfered with the matters of the Snow Goddess. With the eccentric temperament of the Snow Goddess, she will not take our contributions into consideration. In the future, when the Snow Goddess returns, we will definitely be punished by her. Since we already have enough power to fend off the Snow sect, I'll temporarily leave the Tianhe clan and take part in the operation as an independent cultivator. That way, even if the Snow Goddess returns in the future, she'll only punish me. It won't affect the entire clan. I've already made up my mind. There's no need for you to say anything more." At the same time, the greatest organization on the ice pole plane, the Snow sect. Within the Snow sect, there was a place of danger known as the Ice Prison. As soon as the Ice Prison was mentioned, the expressions of all the disciples of the Snow sect changed. This was because it was a special place specially used to imprison people who had committed heinous crimes. Instead of calling it a prison, it was better to call it a place of punishment. This was because the coldness that filled the ice prison possessed a power of extreme pain and poison. Once the coldness invaded the body, not only would they suffer a heart-gnawing pain, but even their souls would suffer the same torture. Even someone as powerful as a primordial realm expert would find it difficult to endure such torture. In the history of the Snow sect, there had been many primordial realm experts who had committed heinous crimes. In the end, they had been forcefully tortured to death in the ice prison. Their souls had dispersed, and their souls had been wiped out. At this moment, there was a place in the depths of the ice prison that was enveloped by a powerful barrier. The barrier was so powerful that even regular Grand Primes would struggle to break through it. Inside the barrier, it was like hell on earth. A shrill voice rang out from within. The voice was sharp, hoarse, and filled with extreme pain that was difficult to describe with words. It was impossible to tell whether the owner of the voice was a man or a woman. It was a woman in white clothes. Her messy hair completely covered her face, making it impossible to see what she was like. Her clothes were tattered as well, revealing a large portion of her smooth skin. However, at this moment, the woman's skin was abnormally pale. If one were to look closely, it would not be difficult to notice that there was a strange chill constantly invading her body in the void. Not only did the cold chi cause great harm to her, but it also made her feel as if she was in hell on earth. As a result, every time the cold chi invaded her body would involuntarily tremble violently, and she would cry out in pain. Her voice was hoarse as if it had been ripped apart bit by bit as she constantly cried out in pain. As a result, even speaking became an extremely difficult task for her despite her presence as a primordial realm expert. At this moment, a clear and melodious laughter that carried a hint of seductive charm rang out. Opposite the woman who was being tortured, there was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s, and whose looks could topple nations. However, although she possessed a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts, and outshine the moon and flowers, the color that appeared on her face clearly carried a bit of ferocity. It was clearly very incongruous for such a vicious expression to appear on her face. It completely destroyed the beauty that her face should have possessed. The woman let out a bell-like laugh, but iciness filled her eyes. She sneered, "Shui Yunlan, my good sister, stop putting up a tough front. It's best if you tell me where you've hidden the snow goddess. If you tell me in a straightforward manner, you'll be spared some of the torture." At this moment, the woman who had been tortured to the point where she wished she was dead struggled to raise her head. One could vaguely see her beautiful yet pale face. The woman was Shui Yunlan,